Chapter 479. Xiao Yan involuntarily lifted his brows when he heard the words that were emitted from Gu Yu's mouth. His face revealed a curious expression. His eyelids were lowered as he asked Gu Yu in his heart. "Old Gu, may I know what this Qi Hanyu you are talking about is?" "Hey, Qi Hanyu, this is one of the most cold-resistant spirit stones in the world. You have also seen its effect earlier. As long as Do Qi is poured in, its ability to resist the cold air will immediately be displayed. This little girl is able to remain calm in this world of ice and snow because she carries this thing with her." Gu Yu softly laughed in the face of Xiao Yan's doubt. He opened his mouth and answered Xiao Yan's question. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a little frightened by Qi Hanyu's ability to resist the cold after hearing this. Looking at the size of the jade token earlier, it was likely that it was only the size of a palm. It was unexpected that such an inconspicuous jade token was actually able to expel all the cold air in this place. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. At the same time, he also sighed in relief in his heart. From the looks of it, this seal should be successfully resolved. With Qi Hanyu around, the cold wind under the enormous rock should not be able to create any big waves. As long as Tian Ying's group acted to suppress it, the danger this time around should be resolved. Of course, while Xiao Yan was thinking in this manner, Tian Ying's group on the enormous rock and Wuxia Xianxia naturally had the same thought in their hearts. Tian Ying's group on the enormous rock exchanged glances with each other. Their faces involuntarily revealed an expression of having survived a calamity. Their bodies relaxed and they sat on the ground. Their mouths panted heavily. The three of them finally smiled in relief a moment later. Tianing glanced at Wuxia Xianxia, who was still standing in the middle of the formation, and involuntarily frowned. Although it was Wuxia Xianxia who had acted at the critical moment and suppressed the huge rock, Sky Eagle was not thinking about this at this moment. Instead, he was thinking about how Xiao Yan had actually failed to protect Wuxia Xianxia at the critical moment. This involuntarily caused Sky Eagle to feel somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. He immediately turned his head to look at Xiao Yan. His eyes contained some resentment as he transmitted a message to Xiao Yan. "Mr. Xiao Yan, you promised me that you would protect Miss well, but why? Alright, don't blame him. Before I made my move, Xiao Yan also planned to make his move. It's just that I was one step ahead of him. If he wasn't worried about you guys, he wouldn't have lost me." While Tian Ying was communicating with Xiao Yan, Wuxia Xianxia seemed to have seen through Tian Ying's thoughts. She gently patted her jade-like hands and spoke to Tian Ying. Tian Ying's eyes involuntarily hardened when he heard the young lady's words, which clearly indicated that she was purposely protecting Xiao Yan. A strange feeling immediately rose in his heart. Only then did his eyes turn back and secretly glance at Wuxia Xianxia. The suspicion in his heart grew even greater. Why was it that this young lady, who was incomparably cold and indifferent to Xiao Yan earlier, actually seemed to have a drastic change in her temperament after just a short while? The corner of Tian Ying's mouth involuntarily twitched when he thought of this. It must be said that the change in character of a woman was even faster than the wind. Of course, Tian Ying only dared to think about these words in his heart. If he were to really say them out loud, it was likely that he would face a wild storm-like blow in the next moment. Tian Ying and the Flame Lion once again faced each other and smiled after withdrawing their thoughts. The expressions on their faces had finally become relaxed. The three of them once again stood up after exhaling a long breath of air. Due to them having exhausted a great amount of Do Qi earlier, the three of them were currently a little unsteady when they stood up. This was especially the case for Xiong Gang. At this moment, he was already completely exhausted. He was the weakest amongst the three of them. However, at the same time, this was not the time for him to truly relax. His body shook with all his might and once again forcefully stabilized his body. His eyes landed on the enormous rock under his feet. Tian Ying and the Flame Lion involuntarily frowned when they saw this. However, they immediately nodded heavily. They understood that the current danger had yet to be resolved. Hence, regardless of how tired they were, they still needed to stand up and welcome them. A thought passed through their minds after the three of them stood up. The remaining dou qi within their bodies swiftly surged out and was poured into the large formation under their feet. At the same time, the three of them once again lifted their hands. The seals in their hands changed accordingly. They needed to use the remaining time to completely form this large formation. Only at that time would the place they were currently in truly return to peace. Following the change of the seals in the hands of the three of them, the cream-white douqi clusters once again agglomerated and surfaced in their hands. At the same time, an energy light pillar that was as thick as an arm shot out from the light clusters in their hands. After which, it entered the large formation under their feet. Immediately, the large formation, which had just calmed down, once again began to churn. The cream-white energy lines once again twisted along with the large formation. The aura within the large formation also became increasingly dense at the same time. Wuxia Xianxia saw that the large formation under her feet had once again begun to circulate. She randomly glanced at the large formation and saw Jianghu, who had been summoned by her. She smiled slightly and her lovely body moved, preparing to leave this large formation. However, at the next moment, bang! An earth-shaking explosion was suddenly emitted. Numerous crack lines swiftly covered the entire enormous rock. At the same time, a glaring green light shot out from the crack lines. The large formation, which was still being formed by the three of them a second ago, had already collapsed in the blink of an eye. Frightening cold air instantly filled the entire place. Xiao Yan immediately sensed that the cold wind around him was even more frightening than before. The expression on his face changed drastically. The heavenly flame within his body surged out in an unrestrained manner. Only then did he manage to block the frightening cold air. In the middle of the large formation, an enormous crack line surrounded the enormous rock around Wuxia Xianxia, forming a narrow area that could only allow one person to stand. The cream-white energy cluster under the young lady's feet swiftly disappeared after losing its source of dou qi. Jianghu also emitted a bang and once again returned to the young lady's hand with a clear cracking sound. Following the scattering of the energy, a piercing cold wind immediately gushed out from the crack lines around Wuxia Xianxia's lovely body and attacked the young lady. Under this kind of situation, the young lady's heart pounded rapidly like a frightened deer. Her mouth was so frightened that she could not emit any sound. Her pretty face was completely pale at this moment. The endless fear in her heart caused the young lady to forget the use of the Jianghu in her hand. Immediately, the cold wind blew. The enormous rock beside the young lady's feet was swiftly covered by a thick layer of ice. After which, the ice layer began to spread and swiftly climbed onto Wuxia Xianxia's ankle. On the other side, the formation was broken. Tian Ying's trio were immediately affected. A swollen redness immediately surged onto their originally pale faces. After which, they opened their large mouths and involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Their auras also swiftly fell to rock bottom. At the same time, a frightening cold wind swept out following the collapse of the enormous rock below. It violently charged at the three people in the sky. Once the three of them were sealed in ice, it was likely that even with their strength, they would not be able to avoid being eroded by the cold wind. At that time, even if they did not die, it would definitely leave behind a sequela that they would never be able to get rid of. Tian Ying's trio were powerless as they sensed the cold wind assaulting them. At this final moment, they actually did not even have the ability to retaliate before their deaths. At the same time, their hearts were also incomparably worried. To them, their lives might be important, but in comparison, Wuxia Xianxia was the most important in their hearts. Unfortunately, the three of them were already at the brink of death. They were unable to save her even if they wanted to. Currently, it was likely that the only person who could save Wuxia Xianxia was Xiao Yan. At this moment, the Tian Ying trio could only do their best to pray in their hearts. They hoped that Xiao Yan would be able to rescue Wuxia Xianxia at this final moment. As for themselves, it was already irrelevant. Swoosh, in the next moment, just as the Tianning trio were prepared to give up all resistance, a sharp thunder-like rushing wind sound suddenly resounded in the sky. At the same time, 3 rays of light suddenly appeared beside the Tianning trio in a lightning-like manner. Without any explanation, they hugged them. After which, their bodies flashed. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them were brought away from the epicenter of the cold wind. At the same time that the Tianning trio were rescued, Xiao Yan's figure also suddenly appeared beside Wuxia Xianxia's lovely body. Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed an unbearable expression as he looked at the pitiful girl in front of him, whose tears were already falling like rain. His large hand wrapped around the young lady's slender waist. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. A dense white heavenly flame immediately appeared out of nowhere and swiftly disintegrated the cold ice on the young lady's calf. Although he had rescued the young lady in his embrace, the huge rock below Xiao Yan had also completely collapsed at the same time. Cold wind, which was many times more frightening than before, crazily gushed out. The entire sky emitted a fearful trembling sound at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia, who were completely wrapped by the cold wind, had nowhere to go. The cold wind seemed to have purposely left them behind. It agglomerated into a huge tornado around the 2 of them. The cold wind whistled like the screams of hundreds of ghosts. It emitted a towering aura that no one could compare with in this world. Outside of the storm, the Tianning trio, who had already been rescued, separately used shocked gazes to look at the 2 avatars of Xiao Yan beside them and the Northern King, who had been expressionless since the beginning while emitting a murderous aura all over his body. After which, they hurriedly turned their gazes towards the storm that was currently present. The hearts of the Tianning trio instantly sank to the bottom when they sensed the terror of the storm. In the face of such a frightening storm, even with Xiao Yan's shocking fighting strength, it was definitely akin to striking a rock with an egg. Hence, it was likely that Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia had already become people who would definitely die at this moment. Roar! The Tianning trio involuntarily emitted a hoarse roar from their mouths when they thought of this. Their bodies moved and they intended to forcefully step forward to rescue them. In this kind of situation, they would rather lose their lives than allow Wuxia Xianxia to suffer even the slightest injury. It must be said that the loyalty of the Tianning trio was even greater than some humans. However, in the next moment, just as the Tianning trio were about to go all out, an extremely cold and indifferent word was suddenly emitted from the storm. Freeze. Chapter 480. Within a short period of time, Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia had once again arrived in front of the snowy peak. Behind them, Tianning and Yan Shi, who had hurried over, followed closely behind. After the cold wind was suppressed by Xiao Yan for a long time, the land, which was originally covered in ice and snow, had a new color. Bright red magma flowed on this land. The vast magma appeared just like a lake. It emitted a high temperature, causing the entire place to become extremely hot. Many magma tributaries were like veins in a human body. From the edge of this magma lake, they gradually spread towards the mountain forest beyond one's sight. Only when they approached the vast mountain forest did they gradually stop spreading towards the deeper parts. On the other side of the magma lake, a towering snow-capped peak towered into the clouds like a giant guarding the end of the magma lake. The bone-chilling cold wind constantly swirled around the snow-capped peak, emitting gusts of wind whistling like the roars of beasts. The pure white flying snow was carried by the cold wind and agglomerated into a snow-white flying dragon. After a roar in the sky, it spread apart with a bang and slowly drifted down from the 9 heavens. At this moment, at the border between the magma lake and the snowy peak, Xiao Yan's group of 5 was standing in the air. Their eyes occasionally swept across the magma lake below. Each of their eyes revealed different expressions. Looking at the magma lake below, which even Tianning himself felt a little dangerous, Tianying's eyes involuntarily revealed a tinge of surprise. At this moment, Tianying's senses sensed that although the cold wind lingering around the snowy peak was quite strong, each time the cold wind was about to land, it would be dissolved by an even hotter wind from below. This cycle repeated and the cold wind was no longer able to sweep into the mountain forest outside the snowy peak. Tianying could not help but click his tongue in amazement when he saw this scene. Of course, the Yan Shi and Xiong gang beside him were naturally already shocked by this scene in front of them. In front of the three people, Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia were standing side by side as they watched the scene of ice and fire dissipating in front of them. Each of them had different thoughts in their hearts. Wuxia Xianxia's gaze observed the magma lake below. In her heart, she involuntarily recalled the powerful stance that Xiao Yan had displayed 7 days ago. Following which, an extraordinary splendor flowed within her beautiful eyes. As for Xiao Yan, his heart immediately became excited as though it had been injected with chicken blood when he thought that he would be able to enter the interior of the Shilin mountain range. After all, if one were to count carefully, Xiao Yan had already been in the Shilin mountain range for nearly a year and a half. Back then, he had estimated that it would take him at most half a year to pass through the Shilin mountain range. Xiao Yan had originally thought that as long as he could pass through Tianying and the other two's territories, there should not be any problems with Guyu around. However, who could have imagined that the cold wind would be so terrifying, causing him to delay time and time again until now. Hence, now that he had the opportunity to pass through the Shilin mountain range, Xiao Yan naturally found it difficult to calm down. Wuxia Xianxia finally withdrew her gaze after staring for a long time. She looked to the other side of the snowy mountain. A glint flowed within her long pretty eyes. Immediately, a crafty smile was revealed on her pretty face that caused one to feel tender affection for her. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw the change in expression on the pretty face of the young lady by the side. A doubtful expression involuntarily appeared on his face, but it disappeared in a flash. Soon after, the young lady's white hand was slowly extended from under her sleeves in front of Xiao Yan's surprised eyes. Immediately, a light flashed in her palm and a jade tablet that emitted a green light appeared in Wuxia Xianxia's hand. The expression on Xiao Yan's face changed when he saw this jade tablet. It instantly turned into joy. This jade tablet was the chi-cold jade that could block the frightening cold wind. Humph! A smile involuntarily surfaced on the pretty face of the young lady when she saw the joyous expression on Xiao Yan's face. After which, a thought passed through her mind and the dou qi within her body swiftly surged out and poured into the jade tablet in her hand. Following the pouring in of Wuxia Xianxia's dou qi, the jade tablet that was emitting a gentle green light immediately emitted a strange energy that wrapped around Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia's bodies. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he sensed the faint strange energy around him. A thought passed through his mind and a powerful spiritual strength surged out from between his brows in an attempt to investigate the energy aura of chi-cold jade. However, the final result caused Xiao Yan to be somewhat stunned in his heart. This was because under the investigation of his spiritual strength, the result that he obtained was an ethereal aura that appeared to be nothingness. Xiao Yan was unable to capture the energy of this chi-cold jade. While Xiao Yan was feeling stunned in his heart, Wuxia Xianxia by the side laughed softly. She ignored the stunned face of Xiao Yan by the side. Her lovely body moved and she took the lead to fly to the other side of the snowy mountain. Behind her, the Sky Eagle trio revealed respectful expressions on their faces when they saw that Wuxia Xianxia was about to leave. They hurriedly bowed and cupped their hands together in the direction that the young lady had left in. At the same time, they spoke in a respectful tone. "Safe journey, young miss." In response, Wuxia Xianxia lifted her jade-like hand. The back of her delicate hand gently waved towards the three people behind her. At the same time, Xiao Yan also recovered the instant the three of them spoke. The expression on his face changed slightly as he swiftly followed. Currently, he needed to rely on this girl to pass through the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. If this little girl were to escape first, Xiao Yan would be unable to leave this place. With the support of Qi Cold Jade and the strange energy, Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia crossed the snowy mountain peak without any resistance and officially entered the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. Of course, this was merely the edge of the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. There was still quite a distance from the true core of the hinterland. If Xiao Yan wanted to pass through this place, he would need to spend even more time. When Xiao Yan stepped into the air and crossed the majestic snowy mountain peak with a relaxed expression, he could not help but feel excited in his heart. He still remembered that when he had arrived at this place for the first time a couple of months ago, it was already extremely difficult for him to even step onto the broken slope. Back then, Xiao Yan had never even thought that he would be able to easily cross the snowy peak under his feet with his footsteps like this. Now, however, Xiao Yan had really crossed this snowy peak with such ease. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's heart felt as though things had remained the same but people had changed. Phew, he did not know why, but he let out a long sigh in his heart. Perhaps it was the relaxed feeling of successfully entering the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range, or perhaps it was the sigh of the thoughts in his heart just now. Xiao Yan stood in the air as his eyes focused on a certain direction. Soon after, he nodded heavily. His figure moved and he quickly followed Wuxia Xianxia's footsteps, swiftly flying towards the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. In the blink of an eye, half a day had already passed since Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia had entered the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia could be said to have traveled non-stop during this half a day. Even though this was the case, there was still quite a large distance between the two of them and the middle of the hinterland of Shilin. On the way forward side by side with Wuxia Xianxia, Xiao Yan suddenly thought of a question that he had been puzzled about for a long time. After pondering for a long time, Xiao Yan finally turned his gaze towards the young lady beside him. The expression in his eyes flickered slightly. After hesitating for a while, he opened his mouth and asked, "That's right, I have a question that I have always wanted to ask you. I wonder if you can answer it for me?" Hearing Xiao Yan's sudden words, a doubtful expression surfaced on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face. After which, she nodded her head gently. Her beautiful eyes stared at Xiao Yan and said, "Ask away." Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head gently. After which, he mused for a moment and said, "If I have guessed correctly, there should be at least one elite Daoist in the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range, right?" Seeing this, the expression on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face involuntarily changed slightly. Even her forward-flying footsteps involuntarily paused. The young lady's eyebrows were knitted slightly but she finally nodded her head gently. Seeing this, Xiao Yan finally nodded his head. He immediately frowned and opened his mouth to ask, but since that is the case, why did he not appear when the cold wind erupted? With his strength, he should have the ability to suppress the cold wind. At the very least, he should not have allowed Tianning and the others to end up in such a state. There is a reason for that. Moreover, the Shilin mountain range has rules that belong to this place. The eastern wall being broken is originally the responsibility of the three of them. The hinterland of the Shilin mountain range has 4 mountain walls and there are people guarding each of them. If the 4 mountain walls were to be broken one day, don't tell me that the owner of the Shilin mountain range has to personally seal them? Hearing the grumbling hidden within Xiao Yan's voice, the expression on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face suddenly sunk. Her tone was low and deep as she spoke sternly to Xiao Yan. Regardless of what the reason is, he can't just sit back and do nothing. If I was not around when the eastern wall collapsed this time around, not only would Tianning and the others not be able to survive, but even you would also be in danger. Don't tell me that he, a dignified elite Daoist, is actually unwilling to be involved in such a situation? However, the tone in Xiao Yan's mouth was also raised in the face of Wuxia Xianxia's reply. When his words sounded, it actually caused the young lady by the side to be speechless. Although the young lady had a clear answer in her heart as to why that person did not intervene, she could not clearly state this point due to her relationship with Xiao Yan. This also caused Wuxia Xianxia to feel a bitterness in her heart that she could not speak of. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to continue asking, a muffled thump was suddenly emitted from Wuxia Xianxia's hand. Soon after, the strange energy that originally wrapped around Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia swiftly disappeared. At the same time, the expressions on Xiao Yan's and Wuxia Xianxia's faces instantly changed. Chapter 481. The sun and moon could not be seen in this vast white world. White snow drifted in the air as tens of thousands of green light rays shot out from the cracks between a pile of shattered rocks. They were like sharp swords that pointed towards the sky. The Sky Eagle trio stood in the empty space outside the range of the green light. Their eyes revealed a grave expression as they looked at the pile of shattered rocks below Xiao Yan's body. The huge rocks shattered as cold wind surged. Pieces of shattered rocks were continuously blown away by the cold wind. The rough outline of the canyon once again appeared in front of the Sky Eagle trio. Beside Sky Eagle, Wuxia Xianxia had already completely awoken. When she recalled the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier, her eyes involuntarily revealed a deep shock. When the four of them turned their gazes towards the current Xiao Yan, their pupils involuntarily shrunk a little at this moment. The expressions on their faces also became sluggish. Xiao Yan stood in the empty space above the ruined cold wind canyon. With each step he took, a dense white flame spread out from under his feet. Wherever the flame passed, the cold wind in the world would be instantly wiped away. Even the empty space had become boiling hot at this moment. Finally, when Xiao Yan stood in the middle of the canyon, all the cold chi in the world had already completely disappeared with the exception of his feet. Flame domain, activate. A faint voice was slowly emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. His voice was not loud, but it was just like thunder that resounded across the world. It reverberated endlessly, causing the entire world to hum at this moment. After Xiao Yan's word sounded, the dense white flame light curtain under Xiao Yan's feet in the sky also suddenly rose at this moment. It turned into a fiercely burning hot flame that carried a frightening might that could incinerate the sky as it rose violently in the sky. Although Sky Eagle's group was quite a distance away from Xiao Yan, even so, they were still able to sense the high temperature that was transmitted from the air at such a great distance. This frightening temperature actually caused their breathing to involuntarily become a little sluggish. The few of them revealed solemn expressions as they stared at the frightening flame that rose around Xiao Yan's body. Their originally pale faces were grilled by the high temperature in the air until they were flushed red. Waves of perspiration also swiftly surged out. At the same time, the gazes that the few of them used to look at the dense white flame were also filled with shock. Just what kind of flame was this? It was actually able to cause them, 9-star half-martial emperors, to be unable to face it. Although a large part of the reason for this was due to their current state, it was still sufficient to let them experience the terror of this flame. This is, the Heavenly Flame ranked 11th on the Heavenly Flame list. Other than the eldest young Miss Wuxia Xianxia, Sky Eagle was the most experienced amongst the few of them. Hence, after carefully observing for a moment, Sky Eagle's tone was finally filled with shock as he slowly exclaimed. The expressions on the faces of the three people behind him instantly turned into shock when Sky Eagle's word sounded. The Flame Lion and Xiong Gang exchanged glances with each other. The expressions on their faces were one more shocked than the other. They never expected that the dense white flame in front of them was actually the Heavenly Flame ranked 11th on the Heavenly Flame list, the bone-chilling flame. Who the hell is this guy? He is actually able to possess such a powerful Heavenly Flame. The Flame Lion's eyes revealed a grave expression as he stared at the dense white flame around Xiao Yan's body. The muscles on his face involuntarily twitched intensely as he spoke in an extremely shocked tone. Sky Eagle and Xiong Gang by the side involuntarily frowned when they heard this. Although they were already aware that Xiao Yan possessed a heavenly flame, they were also clearly aware in their hearts that it was merely a seed flame among the heavenly flames. It was not rare for such flames to circulate on the continent. Hence, they were completely able to accept it. However, with such a powerful heavenly flame aura, the heavenly flame that Xiao Yan had unleashed at this moment was definitely not something that an ordinary seed flame could compare with. Such strength could only be unleashed by a genuine heavenly flame essence. Hence, this caused Sky Eagle's trio to be so shocked by the bone-chilling flame that Xiao Yan had unleashed at this moment. At the same time, in the sky above the valley, Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent as he swept his gaze over the valley below, which was like a pile of rocks. Immediately, his feet gently stepped on the empty air. Immediately, a terrifying pressure swept out from Xiao Yan's body in all directions. It was just like a flash flood erupting. In the blink of an eye, it suppressed the cold wind that was whistling out from the crack line below. The expressions on the faces of Sky Eagle's group involuntarily changed once again when they saw this scene. Their hearts felt incomparably shocked because of this. However, Xiao Yan, who was in the sky, quickly lifted his right hand. His palm faced upwards as he spread it in the empty space in front of him. A thought passed through his mind and a puff sound was emitted. The dense white heavenly flame immediately rose from his palm. Immediately, Xiao Yan twisted his wrist. His fair hand controlled the dense white heavenly flame in his hand and seemingly casually flipped it downwards. Rumble, this palm of Xiao Yan's appeared to be casual. However, the instant Xiao Yan's palm was flipped downwards, the heavenly flame suddenly churned in the empty space below Xiao Yan's feet. In the blink of an eye, it had already agglomerated into a huge heavenly flame palm that covered the entire land. Bang! When Xiao Yan's palm fell, the huge heavenly flame palm also violently smashed onto the entire land below with a loud bang. Immediately, the entire depths of the Shilin mountain range began to tremble violently. The Shilin mountain range, which had just calmed down, was once again alarmed. Countless magical beasts frantically fled in all directions like birds startled by the twang of a bow. At the same time, the pile of rocks below Xiao Yan's feet was violently smashed down by a terrifying force. The entire heavenly flame palm was directly embedded into the ground, suppressing the entire valley below along with the rocks and ice. This palm of Xiao Yan's had directly created a huge basin on the ground. The frightening strength of the heavenly flame palm had flattened the bottom of the basin until it was completely flat. Not even the slightest crack could be seen. The valley below was also flattened by this palm. Hiss, Tian Ying's group involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when they saw this scene. The expression on their faces also became increasingly interesting. In the blink of an eye, the cold wind valley, which had a frightening aura earlier, was actually just like a clay doll that could be kneaded by Xiao Yan at this moment. The frightening cold wind, which could originally destroy the entire Shilin mountain range, was actually extinguished by Xiao Yan's palm. It must be said that this scene was something that the Tianying trio did not even dare to imagine. However, when it appeared in front of them at this moment, it caused them to feel as though they were in a dream. Of course, when they looked at their companions beside them, they did not doubt that this frightening scene in front of them had truly happened. After resolving the gorge and eliminating the hidden danger in front of him, the guilt within Xiao Yan's heart had finally been wiped away at this moment. A large part of the reason why he had intervened was because of Wuxia Xianxia's group. Of course, another small part of it was because of what Tian Ying's group had said earlier. From the way Xiao Yan saw it, the destruction of the eastern wall was caused by him. It was only natural for him to step forward and resolve it. Earlier, he originally thought that there was no need for him to intervene. However, since he had already intervened at this moment, he would definitely not leave any hidden danger behind. If it was merely to suppress this enormous crack in front of him, the current Xiao Yan had 100 different methods. However, this method was ultimately only temporary. It treated the symptoms but not the root cause. At the very latest, the cold wind would erupt once again in a couple of 100 years. At that time, he would not be around. Even if the Tianying trio had broken through to the Do D class, they would still be unable to seal it given the strength of the cold wind. Hence, Xiao Yan must think of a way to completely resolve this cold wind today. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he thought of this. This cold wind had surged out from underground. The seal of humans could only be preserved for 100 years. If he was unable to find the source of this cold wind, he must think of a solution from underground. Giving others a taste of their own medicine. Xiao Yan frowned and thought for a moment. After which, a smile swiftly appeared in front of him. He had nearly forgotten that other than the thick rock soil under the ground, there was also boiling hot magma at the deepest part of the ground. That thing was also a natural strength. Although it was not as frightening as a heavenly flame, it was similarly endless. Would it not be perfect to use the natural strength to resist this endless cold wind? Xiao Yan acted as soon as he thought of this. He immediately shut his eyes. A thought passed through his mind and a frightening spiritual strength swiftly surged out from between his brows. It swiftly spread towards the deepest part of the ground below. Not long later, under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, he had already sensed an extremely high temperature. The magma that was emitting a frighteningly high temperature continued to churn deep underground like seawater. That frightening aura was as though there was a huge dragon present at the bottom of the magma. When he thought of this, Xiao Yan involuntarily recalled the time when he was under the blazing sky Qi refining tower in the Jianghu Academy back then. Under the magma there seemed to be a kind of mysterious lizard-like creature that could survive within the magma. It was also at that time that Xiao Yan had met the dragon emperor of the ancient void dragon tribe, Zhu Kuan, for the first time. Now that he thought about it, all of this seemed to have happened yesterday. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily sigh emotionally in his heart. The frightening spiritual strength within Xiao Yan's body suddenly spread out at this moment and reached deep underground. A thought passed through his mind and a dense white heavenly flame suddenly rose from deep underground. It will be you. Xiao Yan laughed softly in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and the magma underground suddenly churned intensely. Following Xiao Yan's thought, it swiftly broke through the rock soil and swiftly surged towards the surface. Bang! Following a soul-stirring explosion, the bright red magma was just like a huge fire dragon as it suddenly spat out from under the ground. It leaped into the empty air before landing heavily. It was just like a fountain that swiftly surged out from the middle of the palm-shaped basin and gradually filled the entire basin. Chapter 482. The instant the indifferent voice was transmitted over, the expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed. The movement of his hands also came to a halt. Sensing the icy cold indifference within those words, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt fear. The strength of this person was at least an elite Do Di. Who? Elder, this junior is Xiao Yan. I do not have any ill intentions for offending Elder's territory today. I only hope to borrow your path. After keeping the heavenly flame in front of him, Xiao Yan hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully toward the surrounding empty space. He used his gaze to sweep the surrounding area. As expected, he did not see the figure of the other party. He was even unable to identify the exact direction that the voice came from. He was also unable to detect even the slightest trace of the other party's aura. This fellow who had suddenly spoken was like an illusory wind, causing one to be unable to find any traces. Oh. Since you have only come to borrow my path, then what happened to her? Why was she injured? If you can't say it, you will die. The indifferent voice did not contain the slightest emotion. Xiao Yan was not surprised to hear a cold killing intent from it. He did not doubt any of the words that this elder said. If he could not answer, the other party would definitely kill him with one strike before he could even react. Xiao Yan's face was filled with a cold light. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. He did not know if it was right or wrong to ask Wuxia Xianxia to bring him in this time around. The other party actually wanted his life the moment she opened her mouth. This really caused him to be a little overwhelmed by favor. Turning his head to look at Wuxia Xianxia, who was lying on his back, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily revealed a bitter smile. He softly said, "Why don't you say it?" Hearing this, the young lady's eyes, which had just looked at Xiao Yan, immediately turned away. Both of her eyes covered Xiao Yan's back, causing Xiao Yan to feel helpless in his heart. This attitude of Wuxia Xianxia was equivalent to pushing him to the guillotine. Cough cough, Xiao Yan softly coughed twice. He respectfully cupped his hands toward the surrounding sky. Only then did he open his mouth and speak. Replying to Senior Wuxia Xianxia, that's enough. I've already given you time, but since you're not willing to answer my questions, then let's end it here. You trespassed on my territory, and now you're even a human. Die, brat. Chi. The moment those indifferent words fell, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly resounded in the world. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed drastically. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and he wanted to dodge. However, Xiao Yan immediately discovered that his body had unknowingly been forcefully restrained in the same spot by a frightening strength. Xiao Yan already had no way of dodging this attack that would injure him. While his heart was greatly shaken, Xiao Yan could only hurriedly shout for Gu Yu in his heart. After all, from the aura of the person in front of him, it did not seem like he was joking. If Gu Yu did not appear, it was likely that he would not have any chance of survival. Given the strength contained in this attack, if it landed on Xiao Yan's body, forget about surviving, it would be difficult for him to even leave an intact corpse. In the blink of an eye, that frightening wind had already descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 100 feet from Xiao Yan's head. It was about to land on Xiao Yan's body. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan knew that there was no way for him to dodge. He could not rely on Gu Yu. At this moment, he could only rely on himself. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and his body suddenly shook. The dragon phoenix bloodline within his body was instantly activated. In the blink of an eye, the dragon phoenix ancient armor had already covered Xiao Yan's entire body. At the same time, the King Kong glass body was also unleashed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's body, which had been confined to the spot, was able to move. Ha! From Xiao Yan's point of view, the best defense was a bold attack. In the face of danger, it was better to go all out instead of being a yes man and waiting for death to descend. Even if he died, he would make the other party pay the price. Ha! Xiao Yan waved his large hand and kept the heavy Xian ruler into his storage ring. At the same time, a beautiful heavenly flame swiftly gathered in Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan, who had transformed into a King Kong god, waved his large hand. Do Qi wildly gathered in his enormous palm. Immediately, the frightening wind was about to land. Sister Bing Shuang, don't. At this critical moment, it was originally thought that there would be an earth-shaking frightening collision. However, in exchange, it was actually Wuxia Xianxia's lovely cry that soared to the sky. At the same time, Wuxia Xianxia's delicate lovely body had already blocked the sky above Xiao Yan's head. She intended to use her body to block this fatal attack for Xiao Yan. Qi, in the blink of an eye, the frightening wind that had already landed in front of Wuxia Xianxia's lovely body abruptly came to a halt amidst a wave of sharp rushing wind sound. Immediately, the frightening wind was easily dissolved. As the wind scattered, an absolute beauty with snow-white skin and ice-blue long hair was revealed. She was wearing an ice-blue long dress. This lady had an extremely beautiful face that could be said to be unparalleled. Her lips were like a red pill and her small and tall nose brought out the beauty of her face. Her willow eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes contained a pair of icy blue eyes that contained a cold glint. At the same time that she was beautiful, it also added an overbearing feeling like that of a king. Seeing the beautiful lady in front of her, a joyous smile immediately surfaced on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face. Her lovely body moved and she tightly hugged the lady in front of her. The latter's originally indifferent face also revealed a rare smile that could overturn the world following Wuxia Xianxia's hug. If such a peerless beauty were to walk outside, she would definitely attract countless number of men to fall head over heels for her. They would be willing to do anything for her. It was likely that even some famous experts would be involuntarily moved by her beauty. Of course, if anyone wanted to get close to her, it was likely that they would first have to be stronger than her. After all, this ice beauty with a peerless appearance was not just a flower vase that appeared to be as beautiful as her appearance. Her strength was sufficient to cause the entire western region to tremble. However, just as this ice beauty and Wuxia Xianxia were hugging each other, the Dou skill that Xiao Yan had already released from his hands below was like an arrow that had been released from a bow. It no longer had any possibility of being withdrawn. In the blink of an eye, that frightening palm carried all of the remaining Dou Qi in Xiao Yan's body and violently smashed toward the two beauties who were less than 100 feet away from him. In the face of this palm being thrown out, an anxious expression swiftly surfaced on Xiao Yan's face at this moment. How could he have known that Wuxia Xianxia would actually suddenly jump out and use her body to block this attack for him at such a critical moment? From the looks of it, this situation was already irreversible. Be careful. Following a stern cry that shook the sky, the enormous golden palm that was less than 10 feet away from Wuxia Xianxia and Wuxia Xianxia instantly paused in the air. Raising one's head, one could see that the ice beauty had actually carelessly lifted her white hand. Her 5 fingers were extended and at the same time, an invisible energy instantly swept out from her palm and forcefully imprisoned the enormous golden palm in the air. Bang! The next moment, the ice beauty gently clenched her hand and the enormous golden-colored handprint burst apart with a bang. Immediately, it transformed into waves of extremely pure Dou Qi that once again returned to Xiao Yan's body. Chapter 483. In the blink of an eye, 1 week later, Xiao Yan's body, which had been unconscious for 7 days, finally slowly woke up at this moment on a stone bed in a stone room within Sky Eagle's cave dwelling. The steady movements purposely appeared to be prolonged and powerful. Xiao Yan's pale face had already completely recovered its redness. His white hair had also recovered its dark black color. The tiredness between his brows had also disappeared with the 7 days of deep sleep. At a certain moment, the eyelids of Xiao Yan, who was in a deep slumber, trembled slightly. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. Immediately, his somewhat heavy eyelids were slowly opened, revealing 2 bright dark black eyes that were like 2 black pearls. Xiao Yan's eyeballs rotated slightly. His body, which had just woken up, appeared somewhat weak. Immediately, Xiao Yan's body, which was lying flat on the stone bed, shook gently. His strong body swiftly sat up. The tiredness within his body also swiftly disappeared. Xiao Yan twisted his body gently. Immediately, the cracking sound of bones colliding was emitted from within his body. As he sensed the comfortable feeling that was transmitted from the collision of bones, Xiao Yan involuntarily exhaled a long breath of air. Only then did he raise his eyes to look at the surrounding world. When Xiao Yan saw the familiar rock buildings around him, he immediately reacted in his heart. The place he was currently in was Sky Eagle's cave dwelling. With this thought in mind, the matter from 7 days ago swiftly surged into Xiao Yan's mind. The conversation he had with Wuxia Xianxia's group before he fainted was also completely recalled by Xiao Yan at this moment. Ugh! Wuxia Xianxia. That's right, where is Wuxia Xianxia? Didn't I ask her if she could help me enter the Shilin mountain range? She has yet to answer me. When he thought of Wuxia Xianxia, Xiao Yan's heart immediately associated the matter of entering the Shilin mountain range. His mouth involuntarily exclaimed. His heart was also filled with doubts regarding Wuxia Xianxia's answer back then. Entering the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range was something that Xiao Yan had to do. Without obtaining a definite answer, Xiao Yan was naturally unable to feel at ease. Stinking brat, you're thinking about women the moment you wake up. That day, I was the one who gave you support. Otherwise, how could you have dealt with that cold wind? Now that you've woken up, it's fine if you don't thank me, but you're actually here thinking about women. You're really ungrateful. Gu Yu, who was within Xiao Yan's body, appeared to have been wronged when he heard the exclamation that was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. He quietly curled his mouth and spoke to Xiao Yan in a somewhat depressed tone. Xiao Yan only recovered after hearing this. The expression on his face involuntarily became a little embarrassed. He awkwardly smiled and dryly laughed at Guyu within his body. Haha, old Gu, this junior knows his mistake. The reason why we were able to seal the crack back then was indeed because of old Gu's efforts. This junior will thank you on their behalf. Guyu laughed upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. His mood improved, but Xiao Yan opened his mouth again soon after. The expression on Guyu's old face had become gloomy. Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy when he heard this. In that case, old Gu, can you tell me whether Wuxia Xianxia agreed to bring me into the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range that day? Guyu decisively chose to remain silent. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, frowned tightly. His heart was a little anxious. He was extremely concerned about that result. Whether it was true or not would affect whether he could pass through the Shilin mountain range. Hence, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. Crack crack crack, however, at this moment, the thick stone door of the stone room was opened from the outside. Two human figures walked in one after another while Xiao Yan raised his eyes. They were Tianning and Wuxia Xianxia. The two of them had just stepped into the stone room when they immediately saw Xiao Yan seated beside the stone bed. Immediately, Tianning and Wuxia Xianxia, who had just taken a step forward, paused in the air. At the same time, the expressions on their faces also froze. It was as though time had stopped at this moment. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed when he saw this. At the same time, Tianning and Wuxia Xianxia finally recovered. Immediately, a joy swiftly surged into the eyes of the two of them. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Xiao Yan, you have finally woken up. You do not know just how worried all of us were about you during these 7 days that you were unconscious. In the blink of an eye, a bold laughter was quickly emitted from Tianying's mouth. At the same time, Tianning also strode forward in an unrestrained and bold manner. With a couple of large strides, he arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had already stood up from the stone bed when Tianning arrived in front of him when he saw the person who had arrived. Faced with Tianying's words, Xiao Yan immediately cupped his hands together towards the former. His gaze glanced at Wuxia Xianxia behind him before opening his mouth to laugh out loud. Haha, I am really sorry to have caused everyone to worry. While he spoke, Xiao Yan also came to know from Tianying's words that he had been unconscious for 7 days. Haha, the three of us are fine. After some investigation, we found out the reason why you were unconscious. However, it has been tough on our young miss. She has always been worried about you and has not left your side for the past few days. A complicated expression flashed across Tianying's face after his words sounded. He secretly glanced at Wuxia Xianxia behind him, only to discover that the latter was currently looking at him with an expression as though she wanted to eat him. This caused Tianning to involuntarily feel a chill on his back. Cough cough, Tianning hurriedly coughed twice. He swiftly turned around and hid behind Wuxia Xianxia with an embarrassed smile on his face. Xiao Yan's face involuntarily turned a little red when he saw the beauty in front of him once again. The words that were originally at the tip of his tongue were also forcefully stuck between his teeth. A redness involuntarily surfaced on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face when she saw Xiao Yan's appearance. Her pretty eyes rotated and she appeared to be deep in thought. Immediately, she pursed her red lips and opened her mouth to speak. Don't listen to his nonsense. This young miss is not worried about you. How can someone who possesses such great strength die so easily? Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed bitterly in his heart when he heard this. Wuxia Xianxia curled her lips at Xiao Yan and quickly opened her mouth to speak. However, since you are fine now, let's go. Huh? The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily froze when he heard Wuxia Xianxia's unclear words. Doubt immediately rose in his heart. He let out a soft, and immediately asked with a frown. Go? Go where? A smile involuntarily surfaced on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face when she saw this. Her pretty eyes rotated and her gaze fiercely glanced at Xiao Yan. She snorted softly and said angrily, "Didn't you say that you wanted to enter the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range? Since you helped us seal the cold wind and saved us, and most importantly, you saved this young miss, this request is not too much. This young miss will reluctantly agree to it." At the same time that her voice fell, the young girl placed her hands behind her back. Her delicate body was like a blooming lotus as she turned around and walked out of the stone room with a charming smile. After that, when Xiao Yan heard this sudden news, his face that was originally at a loss of what to do immediately revealed an expression of wild joy. His body moved and he hurriedly followed. Chapter 484. Within a short period of time, Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia had once again arrived in front of the snowy peak. Behind them, Tianning and Yan Shi, who had hurried over, followed closely behind. After the cold wind was suppressed by Xiao Yan for a long time, the land, which was originally covered by ice and snow, had a new color. Bright red magma flowed on this land. The vast magma appeared just like a lake. It emitted a high temperature, causing the entire place to become extremely hot. Many magma tributaries were like veins in a human body. From the edge of this magma lake, they gradually spread towards the mountain forest beyond one's sight. Only when they approached the vast mountain forest did they gradually stop spreading towards the deeper parts. On the other side of the magma lake, a towering snow-capped peak towered into the clouds like a giant guarding the end of the magma lake. The bone-chilling cold wind constantly swirled around the snow-capped peak, emitting gusts of wind whistling like the roars of beasts. The pure white flying snow was carried by the cold wind and agglomerated into a snow-white flying dragon. After a roar in the sky, it spread apart with a bang and slowly drifted down from the 9 heavens. At this moment, at the border between the magma lake and the snowy peak, Xiao Yan's group of 5 was standing in the air. Their eyes occasionally swept across the magma lake below. Each of their eyes revealed different expressions. Looking at the magma lake below, which even Tianning himself felt a little dangerous, Tianying's eyes involuntarily revealed a tinge of surprise. At this moment, Tianying's senses sensed that although the cold wind lingering around the snowy peak was quite strong, each time the cold wind was about to land, it would be dissolved by an even hotter wind from below. This cycle repeated and the cold wind was no longer able to sweep into the mountain forest outside the snowy peak. Seeing this scene, Tianning could not help but click his tongue in amazement. Of course, the Yan Shi and Xiong gang beside him were naturally already shocked by the scene in front of them. In front of the 3 of them, Xiao Yan was standing side by side with Wuxia Xianxia. Together, they watched the scene of ice and fire dispersing in front of them. Each of them had different thoughts in their hearts. Wuxia Xianxia's eyes observed the magma lake below. Her heart involuntarily recalled the powerful stance that Xiao Yan had displayed 7 days ago. An unusual splendor also flowed within her pretty eyes. Xiao Yan's heart immediately became excited as though it had been injected with chicken blood when he thought that he would be able to enter the inner regions of the Shilin mountain range. After all, if one counted carefully, Xiao Yan had already entered the Shilin mountain range for nearly a year and a half. Back then, he had estimated time to pass the Shilin mountain range. And who could have imagined that the cold wind was actually so frightening? Who could have imagined that the cold wind was of such a frightening of. Who? Wuxia Xianxia finally withdrew her eyes after staring for a long time. She looked to the other side of the snowy mountain. A glint flowed within her long pretty eyes. Immediately, her pretty face, which caused one to feel tender affection for her, revealed a crafty smile. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw the change in expression on the pretty face of the young lady by the side. A doubtful expression involuntarily appeared on his face, but it disappeared in a flash. Soon after, the young lady's white hand was slowly extended from under her sleeves in front of Xiao Yan's surprised eyes. A light flashed on her palm and a jade tablet that emitted a green light appeared in Wuxia Xianxia's hand. The expression on Xiao Yan's face changed when he saw this jade tablet. It instantly turned into joy. This jade tablet was the chi-cold jade that could block the frightening cold wind. Humph! A smile involuntarily surfaced on the young lady's pretty face when she saw the joy on Xiao Yan's face. After which, a thought passed through her mind. The dou qi within her body swiftly surged out and poured into the jade tablet in her hand. Following the pouring in of Wuxia Xianxia's dou qi, the jade tablet, which was emitting a gentle green light, immediately emitted a strange energy that wrapped around Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia's bodies. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he sensed the faint strange energy around him. A thought passed through his mind and a powerful spiritual strength surged out from between his brows in an attempt to probe Chi-Cold Jade's energy aura. However, the final result caused Xiao Yan to be somewhat stunned in his heart. This was because the result of his spiritual strength probing was that it was like an ethereal aura. Xiao Yan was unable to capture Chi-Cold Jade's energy. While Xiao Yan was feeling stunned in his heart, Wuxia Xianxia by the side laughed softly. She ignored the stunned face of Xiao Yan by the side. Her lovely body moved and she took the lead to fly to the other side of the snowy mountain. Behind her, the Sky Eagle trio revealed respectful expressions on their faces when they saw that Wuxia Xianxia was about to leave. They hurriedly cupped their hands together and bowed in the direction that the young lady had left. At the same time, they spoke in a respectful tone. "Safe journey, young miss." In response to this, Wuxia Xianxia raised her hand. The back of her delicate hand faced the three people behind her and gently waved. At the same time, Xiao Yan also recovered the instant the words of the three people sounded. The expression on his face changed slightly as he swiftly followed. Currently, he needed to rely on this girl to pass through the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. If this little girl ran away first, Xiao Yan would not be able to leave this place. With the support of Chi-Cold Jade and the strange energy, Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia crossed the snowy mountain peak without any resistance and officially entered the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. Of course, this was merely the edge of the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. There was still quite a distance from the true core of the hinterland. If Xiao Yan wanted to pass through this place, he would need to spend even more time. When Xiao Yan stepped into the air and crossed the majestic snowy mountain peak with a relaxed expression, he could not help but feel excited in his heart. He still remembered that when he had arrived at this place for the first time a couple of months ago, it was already extremely difficult for him to even step onto the broken slope. Back then, Xiao Yan had never even thought that he would be able to easily cross the snowy peak under his feet with his footsteps like this. Now, however, Xiao Yan had really crossed this snowy peak with such ease. Xiao Yan's heart suddenly had a feeling that things had remained the same, but people had changed. Phew, he did not know why, but he let out a long sigh in his heart. Perhaps it was the relaxed feeling of successfully entering the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range, or perhaps it was a sigh for the thoughts in his heart just now. Xiao Yan stood in the air as his eyes focused on a certain direction. Soon after, he nodded heavily. His figure moved and he quickly followed Wuxia Xianxia's footsteps, swiftly flying towards the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. In the blink of an eye, half a day had already passed since Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia had entered the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. During this half a day, Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia could be said to have traveled non-stop. But even so, the two of them were still quite a distance away from the center of the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. While walking side by side with Wuxia Xianxia, Xiao Yan suddenly thought of a question that he had been puzzled about for a long time. After pondering for a long time, Xiao Yan finally turned his gaze towards the young lady beside him. The expression in his eyes flickered slightly. After hesitating for a while, he opened his mouth and asked, "That's right, I have a question that I have always wanted to ask you. I wonder if you can answer it for me? Hearing Xiao Yan's sudden words, a doubtful expression surfaced on Murong Qianqian's pretty face. After which, she nodded her head gently. Her beautiful eyes stared at Xiao Yan and said, "Ask away." Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head gently. After which, he mused for a moment and said, "If I have guessed correctly, there should be at least one elite Dou Di in the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range, right?" Seeing this, the expression on Murong Qianqian's pretty face involuntarily changed slightly. Even her forward-flying footsteps could not help but pause slightly. The young lady's eyebrows were knitted slightly. However, she still nodded her head gently in the end. Seeing this, Xiao Yan finally nodded his head. He immediately frowned and opened his mouth to ask, but since that is the case, why did he not appear when the cold wind erupted? With his strength, he should have the ability to suppress the cold wind. At the very least, he should not have allowed Tianning and the others to end up like that. There is a reason for that. Moreover, the Shilin mountain range has rules that belong to this place. The eastern wall being broken is originally the responsibility of the three of them. The hinterland of the Shilin mountain range has 4 mountain walls and there are people guarding each of them. If the 4 mountain walls were to be broken one day, don't tell me that the owner of the Shilin mountain range has to personally seal them? Hearing the grumbling hidden within Xiao Yan's voice, the expression on Murong Qianqian's pretty face suddenly sunk. Her tone was low and deep as she spoke sternly to Xiao Yan. Regardless of what the reason is, he can't just sit back and do nothing. If I was not around when the eastern wall collapsed this time around, not only would Tianning and the others not be able to survive, but even you would also be in danger. Don't tell me that he, a dignified elite Dou Di, is actually unwilling to be involved in such a situation? However, the tone in Xiao Yan's mouth was also raised in the face of Murong Qianqian's reply. When his words sounded, it actually caused the young lady by the side to be speechless. Although the young lady had a clear answer in her heart as to why that person did not intervene, she could not clearly state this point due to her relationship with Xiao Yan. This also caused Murong Qianqian to feel a bitterness in her heart that she could not speak of. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to continue asking, a muffled thump was suddenly emitted from Murong Qianqian's hand. Soon after, the strange energy that originally wrapped around Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian swiftly disappeared. At the same time, the expressions on Xiao Yan's and Murong Qianqian's faces instantly changed. Chapter 485. Bang! The expression on Murong Qianqian's pretty face instantly changed after a low, deep bang was emitted. The young lady pursed her lips gently and a thread of bright red fresh blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. At the same time, as Murong Qianqian swiftly lifted her jade-like hand, the Qi Hanyu that was emitting a sparkling green light had, for some unknown reason, been cut into 2. The green fluorescent light that had gathered on it had also swiftly disappeared. At the same time, the strange energy that had originally covered Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian swiftly disappeared. The bone-chilling cold wind in the sky was just like a hungry wolf that had been eyeing the 2 of them for a long time. It suddenly pounced toward Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian in the air. This sudden unexpected change in the situation also caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face to change drastically. Without the Qi Hanyu, Xiao Yan felt terrified from the bottom of his heart as he faced the frightening cold wind in the hinterland. Given the strength of this cold wind, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not be able to endure for long under this cold wind even if he used all his strength. Moreover, there was still Murong Qianqian beside him at this moment. However, the cold wind had already attacked at this moment. Seeing that he and Murong Qianqian had already become turtles in a jar, Xiao Yan would definitely not sit still and wait for death. At the very most, he would get Guyu to attack again. If it really did not work, he could only withdraw from the hinterland of the Shilin mountain. Although Xiao Yan involuntarily felt some regret in his heart when he thought of being unable to pass through the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range, Xiao Yan still treasured his life more than forcefully barging in at this moment. Ha! Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook within the cold wind. The dou qi within his body swiftly surged out of his body. The heavenly flame surged and swiftly agglomerated into a heavenly flame barrier around Xiao Yan's body. It temporarily blocked the fierce cold wind that was whistling over from all directions. At the same time, Xiao Yan pulled Wuxia Xianxia into his embrace. He waved his right hand and the heavy Xian ruler also appeared in his hand. The enormous ruler was swung and emitted a heavy rushing wind sound in the empty air. Chi chi chi, the moment the cold wind collided with Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, an intense chi chi sound was emitted from the empty air. A dense white fog rose around the heavenly flame. Immediately, it agglomerated into numerous sharp ice blades under the cold wind. The sharp blades were swung with the wind and once again ruthlessly smashed toward Xiao Yan's heavenly flame barrier. Chi 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 chi, under this endless bombardment, Xiao Yan's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. The cold wind was already incomparably fierce and it was even more endless in the hinterland of Shilin. Even though his heavenly flame was strong, the more violent it was, the more the water vapor that had been incinerated in the empty air would be used by the cold wind once again. As a result, the more it fought, the more valiant it became. On the other hand, Xiao Yan could only be in a passive state. If this continued, it would not be a good ending for him. In a short period of time, the surroundings of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame had already been covered by layers of ice blades. At a glance, the surrounding space was densely packed with ice blades. As for Xiao Yan, he could only use his heavenly flame to continuously resist. Damn it! This cold wind is really troublesome. If I cannot completely incinerate the water vapor in the cold wind, it will be useless in the end. Seeing the danger of the cold wind, the expression on Xiao Yan's face became ruthless. His right hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, also began to exert more strength. Xiao Yan, don't speak. You are injured. Let's withdraw first. As for the matter of passing through the Shilin mountain range, let's make other plans. Wuxia Xianxia, who was in his embrace, was just about to open her mouth to speak when Xiao Yan let out a low cry and blocked her words. At the same time, Xiao Yan's footsteps changed. As he executed the sky extinction steps, his body suddenly turned and the heavy Xian ruler in his right hand was suddenly waved. Immediately, a majestic ruler glow that spanned across the sky swept out from the heavy Xian ruler. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. One ruler. Xiao Yan let out a fierce cry in his heart. At the same time, the ruler glow also swept out. Under the support of the heavenly flame, the frightening dou qi instantly swept away all the cold wind in front of Xiao Yan. At the same time, Xiao Yan also used this short instant to execute the sky extinction steps with all his might. His body suddenly flashed and appeared in the empty space 1,000 feet away. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was in Xiao Yan's embrace, nimbly breathed in the unique scent on Xiao Yan's body. A warm smile surfaced on her somewhat pale pretty face. Ha! Once again, the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was waved violently. Numerous frightening ruler glows were continuously waved from the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand, violently sweeping across the sky where the cold wind was whistling. Wherever the ruler glow passed, the cold wind in the sky would be instantly incinerated into nothingness. Even the water vapor in the air completely disappeared at this moment. Under the ruler glow, even the air that Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia breathed in had become unusually dry and warm. Ha! 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. Break! Time after time, Xiao Yan attacked with all his might. His black-robed figure also repeatedly flashed across the empty space. Even though this was the case, the current Xiao Yan was still quite a distance away from the snowy peak from which he had come. After a countless number of attacks, the dou qi within Xiao Yan's body had already been exhausted by more than half. Even though this was the case, the cold wind around him still did not reduce in strength. The frighteningly low temperature continued to bombard the heavenly flame barrier around Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, the heavenly flame barrier, which had originally covered 100 feet around Xiao Yan, had already been forced back to a distance of less than 10 feet from Xiao Yan's body. After unleashing his Dou Qi countless number of times with all his strength, the current Xiao Yan also felt a sense of helplessness. The terror of this cold wind was far more frightening than he had imagined. Even if he went all out, it was likely that he would have difficulty leaving this place today. Huff! Xiao Yan violently panted a couple of times. He rotated his wrist and kept the heavy Xian ruler in his hand. Immediately, he widened his mouth and numerous heavenly flames were spat out from his mouth. They floated in front of Xiao Yan. Wuxia Xianxia sensed Xiao Yan's intention after he placed her down. Her hands, which were tightly hugging Xiao Yan's body, slowly released. Her face was pale as she hid behind Xiao Yan. "Old Gu, lend me a hand," Xiao Yan spoke with a heavy heart. However, all he got in return was silence. Guyu was indifferent to what he had said. He was not moved at all. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned in the face of this. It was unexpected that Guyu would choose to remain silent at this moment. However, Xiao Yan quickly frowned in a somewhat doubtful manner. Guyu's silence caused him to feel an uneasiness. Xiao Yan could only helplessly sigh bitterly in his heart after a moment of futility. He withdrew his gaze. Xiao Yan's eyes had just landed on the heavenly flame in front of him. Just as he was about to form the angry Buddha lotus flame, a bell-like clear indifferent voice suddenly reverberated over this place. "Little human, who are you? Why have you barged into this king's territory?" Chapter 486. The instant the indifferent voice was transmitted over, the expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed. The movement of his hands also came to a halt. Sensing the icy cold indifference within those words, a fear involuntarily rose within Xiao Yan's heart. The strength of this person was at least an elite Dou Di. "Who? Elder, this junior is Xiao Yan. I do not have any ill intentions for offending Elder's territory today. I only hope to borrow your path." After keeping the heavenly flame in front of him, Xiao Yan hurriedly cupped his hands together respectfully toward the surrounding empty space. He used his gaze to sweep the surrounding area. As expected, he did not see the figure of the other party. He was even unable to identify the exact direction that the voice had originated from. He was also unable to detect even the slightest trace of the other party's aura. This fellow who had suddenly spoken was like an illusory wind, causing one to be unable to find any traces. "Oh. Since you have only come to borrow my path, then what happened to her? Why is she injured? If you can't say it, you will die." The indifferent voice did not contain the slightest emotion. Xiao Yan was not surprised to hear a cold killing intent from it. He did not doubt any of the words that this elder said. If he could not answer, the other party would definitely kill him with one strike before he could even react. Xiao Yan's face was filled with a cold light. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. He did not know if it was right or wrong to ask Wuxia Xianxia to bring him in this time around. The other party had actually said something that wanted his life the moment she opened her mouth. This really caused him to be a little overwhelmed by favor. Turning his head to look at Wuxia Xianxia who was lying on his back, Xiao Yan involuntarily revealed a bitter smile on the corner of his mouth. He softly said, "Why don't you say it?" Hearing this, the young lady's eyes, which had just looked at Xiao Yan, immediately turned away. Both of her eyes covered Xiao Yan's back, causing Xiao Yan to feel helpless in his heart. This attitude of Wuxia Xianxia was equivalent to pushing him to the guillotine. Cough cough, Xiao Yan softly coughed twice. He respectfully cupped his hands toward the surrounding sky. Only then did he open his mouth and speak. Replying to Senior Wuxia Xianxia, "That's enough. I've already given you time, but since you don't want to answer my questions, then let's end it here." You trespassed on my territory, and now you're even a human. Brat, die. Chi, the moment those indifferent words fell, a sharp sound of wind breaking suddenly resounded in the world. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed drastically. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and he wanted to dodge. However, Xiao Yan immediately discovered that his body had unknowingly been forcefully restrained in the same spot by a frightening strength. Xiao Yan already had no way of dodging this attack that could injure him. While his heart was greatly shaken, Xiao Yan could only hurriedly shout for Gu Yu in his heart. After all, from the aura of the person in front of him, it did not seem like he was joking. If Gu Yu did not appear, it was likely that he would not have the slightest chance of survival. Given the strength contained in this attack, if it landed on Xiao Yan's body, forget about surviving, it would be difficult for him to even leave an intact corpse. In the blink of an eye, that frightening wind had already descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 100 feet from Xiao Yan's head. It was about to land on Xiao Yan's body. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan knew that there was no way for him to dodge. He could not rely on Gu Yu. At this moment, he could only rely on himself. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and his body suddenly shook. The dragon phoenix bloodline within his body was instantly activated. In the blink of an eye, the dragon phoenix ancient armor had already covered Xiao Yan's entire body. At the same time, the King Kong glass body was also unleashed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's body, which had been confined to the spot, was finally able to move. Ha! From Xiao Yan's point of view, the best defense was a bold attack. In the face of danger, it was better to go all out instead of obediently waiting for death to descend. Even if he died, he would make the other party pay the price. Ha! Xiao Yan waved his large hand and kept the heavy Xian ruler into his storage ring. At the same time, a beautiful heavenly flame swiftly gathered in Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan, who had transformed into a King Kong god, waved his large hand. Do Qi wildly gathered in his enormous palm. Immediately, the frightening wind was about to land. Sister Bing Shuang, don't. At this critical moment, it was originally thought that there would be an earth-shaking frightening collision. However, in exchange, it was actually Wuxia Xianxia's lovely cry that soared to the sky. At the same time, Wuxia Xianxia's delicate lovely body had already blocked the sky above Xiao Yan's head. She intended to use her body to block this fatal attack for Xiao Yan. Qi, in the blink of an eye, the frightening wind that had already landed in front of Wuxia Xianxia's lovely body abruptly came to a halt amidst a wave of sharp rushing wind sound. Immediately, the frightening wind was easily dissolved. As the wind scattered, an absolute beauty with snow-white skin and ice-blue long hair was revealed. She was wearing an ice-blue long dress. This lady had an extremely beautiful face that could be said to be unparalleled. Her lips were like a red pill and her small and tall nose brought out the beauty of her face. Her willow-shaped eyebrows and phoenix-shaped eyes contained a pair of icy blue eyes that contained a cold glint. At the same time that she was beautiful, it also added a king-like overbearing feeling. Seeing the beautiful lady in front of her, a joyous smile immediately surfaced on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face. Her lovely body moved and she tightly hugged the lady in front of her. A rarely seen smile that could overturn the world also surfaced on the latter's originally indifferent face following Wuxia Xianxia's hug. If such a peerless beauty were to walk outside, she would definitely attract a countless number of men to fall head over heels for her. They would be willing to do anything for her. It was likely that even some famous experts would be involuntarily moved by her beauty. Of course, if anyone wanted to get close to her, it was likely that they would first have to be stronger than her. After all, this ice beauty with a peerless appearance was not just a flower vase that appeared to be as beautiful as her appearance. Her strength was sufficient to cause the entire western region to tremble. However, at the same time that this ice beauty and Wuxia Xianxia were hugging each other, the Do skill that Xiao Yan had already released from his hands below was like an arrow that had been released from a bow. It no longer had any possibility of being withdrawn. In the blink of an eye, that frightening palm carried all of the remaining dou qi in Xiao Yan's body and violently smashed toward the two beauties who were less than 100 feet in the air. In the face of this palm being thrown out, an anxious expression swiftly surfaced on Xiao Yan's face at this moment. How could he have known that Wuxia Xianxia would actually suddenly jump out and use her body to block this attack for him at such a critical moment? From the looks of it, this situation was already irreversible. Be careful. Following a stern cry that shook the sky, the enormous golden palm that was less than 10 feet away from Wuxia Xianxia and Wuxia Xianxia instantly paused in the air. Raising one's head, one could only see that the ice beauty had actually carelessly lifted her white hand. Her 5 fingers were extended and at the same time, an invisible energy instantly swept out from her palm and forcefully imprisoned the enormous golden palm in the air. Bang! The next moment, the ice beauty gently clenched her hand and the enormous golden-colored handprint burst apart with a bang. Immediately, it transformed into waves of extremely pure dou qi that once again returned to Xiao Yan's body. Chapter 487. Following a bang sound, the huge golden handprint disappeared. It once again turned into waves of pure dou qi and returned to the vortex within Xiao Yan's body. At the same time, the feeling of weakness that was emitted from Xiao Yan's body also disappeared. The golden light scattered and Xiao Yan returned to his original form. The Dragon Phoenix ancient armor continued to cover Xiao Yan's body so that he could deal with any sudden changes at any time. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air with some difficulty. Only then did he lift his eyes and look over. Immediately, his eyes involuntarily hardened. At this moment, one could see that the ice beauty had also withdrawn her soft, white, jade-like hand. At the same time, her eyelids were gently lifted. Her pretty ice-blue eyes were slowly lifted. They carried an indifferent expression as she looked at Xiao Yan, who was currently shooting his gaze toward her. The gazes of the two people made contact in the empty space from a great distance. At that instant, Xiao Yan immediately sensed an extremely frightening aura swiftly enveloping him. They had just made contact, but the frightening strength had already caused his body to become a little unstable. Ugh! Xiao Yan, who was standing in the empty space, lost his footing. He could not help but hurriedly take a few steps back. After which, he once again stabilized his body. The gaze that he used to look at the lady was filled with shock. The strength of the lady in front of him was really extremely frightening. Clearly, the person in front of him was definitely not an ordinary elite dou di. Her strength was likely on par with the leaders of the 4 large sects. 8-star dou di. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but tremble violently. 8-star dou di. This level was the true peak expert of the Western region. It was unexpected that he had met all the top experts in the Western region in less than 2 years since he had arrived at the Western region. However, he did not know whether this was a blessing or a curse. Just as Xiao Yan was quietly thinking in his heart, the ice beauty let out a soft snort. She once again raised her hand and pointed at Xiao Yan. Seeing that the ice beauty had actually raised her hand once again, the expression on Xiao Yan's face swiftly changed. His feet involuntarily took half a step back. At the same time, the dou qi in his body was swiftly circulated. Regardless of the other party's motive, if she wanted to kill him, Xiao Yan would definitely not sit still and wait for death. Even if the other party was an elite dou di that he was no match for. Sister Bing Shuang, don't kill him. My injury is caused by the backlash of Qi Hanyu shattering. It has nothing to do with Xiao Yan. Moreover, he has already saved me many times along the way. He is my savior. You must not kill him. Seeing that Sister Bing Shuang in front of her had adopted a posture of wanting to kill Xiao Yan, the expression on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face immediately became anxious. She hurriedly hugged Bing Shuang's extended hand and pressed it down. Her mouth also hurriedly cried out loudly, afraid that Sister Bing Shuang in front of her would really kill Xiao Yan. Seeing that Wuxia Xianxia was actually so protective of the human called Xiao Yan behind her, Bing Shuang could not help but frown slightly. However, when she saw the pleading expression in the young lady's eyes, a beautiful and moving smile that was like a snow lotus on an ice mountain involuntarily surfaced on her ice-cold pretty face. Seeing this scene, the anxious expression on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face also disappeared. It was once again replaced by a joyous smile. She once again hugged Bing Shuang in front of her. At the same time, her small mouth nestled beside Bing Shuang's ear as she giggled. He, I know that Sister Bing Shuang is the best. Hearing this, a smile once again surfaced on Bing Shuang's beautiful face. Her pretty eyes were gently shut as though she was enjoying the reunion with the young lady at this moment. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan could not help but let out a long sigh in his heart. From the looks of it, everything should be fine. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. A thought passed through his mind and the dou qi that had already circulated throughout his body swiftly returned to the vortex in his body. However, at the next moment, when Bing Shuang once again opened her eyes, those beautiful ice-blue eyes were still filled with the same indifference as before. At the same time, she lifted her hand and flicked her finger. An incomparably fast dou qi pillar swiftly shot toward Xiao Yan's body like lightning. Ugh! The instant Xiao Yan regained his senses, his dark black eyes suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. The expression on his face also changed drastically at this moment. His entire body froze on the spot at this moment. Even the breathing from his nose had also stopped. In the next moment, Wuxia Xianxia, who was hugging Bing Shuang, also swiftly discovered the movement of Bing Shuang's hand. Immediately, the smile that had just surfaced on her pretty face instantly turned pale. The young lady was filled with anxiety as she hurriedly struggled free from Bing Shuang's embrace in front of her. She immediately turned around and looked at Xiao Yan behind her. Her pair of watery eyes were completely red at this moment. Crystal clear tears continued to swirl in her eyes, as though they could fall at any moment. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was stunned for a moment before he quickly recovered. When he looked at his own body, he did not expect that he would be completely unscathed from that ice beauty's attack. At the same time, Wuxia Xianxia also noticed the stunned expression on Xiao Yan's face at this moment. Immediately, the large rock that was lifted high in the young lady's heart fell down with a loud bang at this moment. Since Xianxian has said that you have saved her life a couple of times, this queen will not pursue the matter of you barging into this queen's territory this time around. Treat this as another form of compensation from this queen to you. After all, this road was borrowed by this little girl. Just as Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia were feeling stunned in their hearts, Bing Shuang's somewhat indifferent voice was suddenly transmitted over. Hearing these words, Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia immediately woke up. It turned out that Bing Shuang did not have the intention to kill Xiao Yan. Understanding this point, Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia could not help but heave a long sigh of relief. At the same time, Xiao Yan could not help but frown tightly. From Bing Shuang's words just now, Xiao Yan did not quite understand the compensation that she mentioned. Right at the moment when Xiao Yan was about to open his mouth to ask, a frightening dou qi fluctuation suddenly surged out from within Xiao Yan's body. Before this dou qi fluctuation, even Xiao Yan's body involuntarily trembled slightly. That dou qi directly passed through Xiao Yan's body and swept through the sky. At the same time that dou qi surged out from Xiao Yan's body, Xiao Yan's aura also rapidly rose. In a short couple breaths of time, Xiao Yan's strength that had just entered the middle stage of the 5-star half-martial emperor level had completely stabilized. However, the power that filled that dou qi was far from limited to this. As that dou qi continued to surge out, Xiao Yan's aura was also rapidly rising, all the way to the 6-star half-martial emperor level. Chapter 488. With the help of Gu Yu's strength, Xiao Yan was unimpeded in the cold wind this time around. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame, the cold wind did not even have the chance to approach Xiao Yan. It was isolated in the empty space 100 feet away from Xiao Yan. At the same time, the speed at which Xiao Yan was moving forward was many times faster than before. Under Gu Yu's guidance, Xiao Yan appeared in a dimly lit cloud within a couple of hours. The clouds in the sky were extremely dense. At this place, if an ordinary person were to look with their naked eyes, they would not be able to clearly see more than a meter away. At this moment, when the dense white bone-chilling flame lingered over Xiao Yan's eyes, the world below gradually became clear. Below the clouds was a world of ice covered in snow. The thick layer of snow indicated the desolation of this place. Due to the dim light, the snow on the ground appeared gray. At first glance, one would not even be able to recognize that it was snow. The grayish-white clouds and the gloomy world seemed a little out of place compared to the outside world. If an ordinary person saw this scene, it was likely that they would think that this was a desert. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was high in the sky, involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene below. Forget about other people, even he did not believe that this was the location of the icy spirit cold fountain, just by looking at this desolate scene. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He asked Gu Yu while feeling doubtful in his heart. "Old Gu, are you certain that this is where the icy spirit cold spring is located?" He, little fellow, relax. This old man's senses will not be wrong. This is indeed where the icy spirit cold spring is located. Gu Yu chuckled and spoke in an extremely certain tone. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's frown did not ease. His eyes rotated as he asked Gu Yu again. However, the cold chi in this world is not much different from other places. I can't sense any different aura at all. Unless... At the end of his words, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a bright light flashed in his white eyes. Haha, your guess is correct. Although the icy spirit cold spring is not in this snowy land, it is beneath the snowy land. As long as one can enter the ground, one will be able to see the icy spirit cold spring. This point is similar to the crack on the eastern wall, which also came from underground. As for the source of the cold wind, this old man is certain that it is the icy spirit cold spring. At this moment, Gu Yu gradually withdrew his joking mood and spoke solemnly to Xiao Yan. After Gu Yu's words sounded, a fiery expression appeared on Xiao Yan's face once again. With a thought, the dou qi in Xiao Yan's body immediately gathered in his palms. His figure flashed and appeared above the snowy ground. He raised his palms and bent his fingers into claws, intending to ruthlessly claw at the snowy ground below. Wait! However, just as Xiao Yan's claw was about to land, Gu Yu, who was within his body, suddenly spoke and forcefully stopped Xiao Yan. The claw that was about to land suddenly paused in midair. The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed. He frowned and asked Gu Yu in a deep voice. "Old Gu, what is it?" "Kid, before you make a move, there is something I need to tell you. The icy spirit cold spring here clearly already has an owner. If you act on your own accord, I'm afraid that you will be hunted down by the owner of the icy spirit cold spring. You better think carefully." Gu Yu's tone was a little grave as he spoke. "Is it that woman called Bing Xuan? What do you think?" Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened upon hearing this. If that was really the case, it would likely be troublesome. Being viewed as an enemy by an origin transformation expert was definitely not a small matter for anyone, especially Xiao Yan, who had already formed a grudge with the four great sections. If he offended such an expert, it was likely that even Gu Yu would be powerless to continue protecting him. Xiao Yan nodded. "Damn it. The thing is right in front of me. Do I really have to give up just like that?" Anger could not help but rise in Xiao Yan's heart when he thought of this. He coldly snorted and a dense white heavenly flame immediately surged out of his pores. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan had been turned into a flaming person. "Old Gu, can you find out where that woman is right now?" "Hey, brat, are you trying to snatch it by force? This method is not wise. You should leave them first. Now that something has happened to the icy spirit cold spring, they will immediately think of you. When that time comes. But there is no other way other than this. Gu Yu's words had yet to fade when Xiao Yan helplessly sighed and spoke. Hey, brat, who told you that there is no other way? However, Gu Yu chuckled when he heard Xiao Yan's words. Huh? Xiao Yan was stunned. He could not help but feel puzzled. Gu Yu chuckled again and continued. Based on my senses, those two little girls aren't too far away from us. If you dare to snatch them, I guarantee that those two little girls will arrive here before you can obtain the icy spirit frozen fountain. When that time comes, you'll really be in for a bad time. Not only will you be hunted down by an expert, but even those girls' feelings for you will also be erased. Xiao Yan could only helplessly frown when he heard the first half of Gu Yu's words. However, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily twitched when he heard the last sentence. He helplessly rolled his eyes, curled his lips, and spoke in a deep voice. Old Gu, just tell me what the method is. As long as I can obtain the icy spirit cold spring, there is no need to say anything else. Hey, brat, are you still unwilling to admit it? Gu Yu chuckled when he heard this. He immediately withdrew his smile and said, this method is not simple. This method is neither difficult nor easy. However, the most important thing is that it requires you to pay a huge price. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard Gu Yu's words. A method that could cause Gu Yu to speak in such a manner was likely extraordinarily difficult. Old Gu, just say it. As long as I can obtain the icy spirit cold spring, it is only natural for me to pay a price. Come at me. Xiao Yan slowly narrowed his eyes. His body shook as he stood in the air. His face revealed a determined expression as he spoke in a sonorous and forceful tone. Haha, good. I like this decisive character of yours. You are able to abandon yourself in order to achieve your goal. The old me has not misjudged you. Go. Gu Yu's tone purposely became solemn as he cried out in a low voice. After which, he once again became quiet. Ugh, Gu Yu's silence caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily feel a little uncertain. The so-called price that he had thought of did not appear to have descended on Gu Yu's head. However, Xiao Yan suddenly discovered that something was amiss at the next moment. Following Gu Yu's silence, the dense white flame within his body and his powerful dou qi began to swiftly disappear. At the same time, the dense white flame that adhered to the surface of Xiao Yan's body suddenly disappeared. Immediately, a frightening cold aura that caused Xiao Yan's soul to tremble descended on Xiao Yan's head. This is the price? Chapter 489. Xiao Yan slowly withdrew from his cultivation state as cold wind whistled in the sky. Soon after, he twisted his body and straightened his body. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily revealed a smile as he sensed the abundant feeling that was transmitted from his body. Soon after, he clenched both of his fists tightly. His body shook violently as an invisible pressure rapidly spread from Xiao Yan's body. Under the pressure of this aura, the empty space around Xiao Yan's body involuntarily became distorted. The vast and mighty pressure was many times stronger than the Xiao Yan from a day ago. A 6-star half-martial emperor is indeed not someone that a 5-star half-martial emperor can easily compare with. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled in his heart when he saw the strange situation in the surrounding space. Soon after, his eyes turned. The joy that had just appeared on his face was swiftly suppressed by Xiao Yan. His pair of rippleless pitch-black eyes looked at Bing Shuang, who was standing not far away from Xiao Yan. Junior Xiao Yan thanks Senior for your great kindness. Although the other party did indeed have a young lady's face that could overturn the world, Xiao Yan naturally understood that by being able to train to such a level, the latter was worthy of Xiao Yan respectfully addressing him as elder, regardless of whether it was in terms of strength or age. Humph, there is no need to thank me. This king has already said that this is compensation and can also be considered a reward. Since you have already entered the Shilin mountain range and obtained power, please leave. Hearing this, Bing Shuang's pretty eyes glanced at Xiao Yan. Soon after, she spoke in a cold voice. As her words sounded, Bing Shuang waved her sleeve. A cold wind blew past as she prepared to leave with Wuxia Xianxia. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned at Bing Shuang's words. A troubled expression appeared between his brows. It was not that he was unwilling to leave this place. However, even though he had already broken through to a 6-star half-martial emperor, it was still impossible for him to pass through the Shilin mountain range alone. Without Gu Yu's help, it was likely that it would be incomparably difficult for him to even enter the center of the Shilin mountain range, much less pass through this place. Don't tell me you don't want to leave and still want to pester my Qianqian? Seeing Xiao Yan frown, Bing Shuang said coldly again. This time, Xiao Yan could clearly feel that the temperature around him had dropped significantly. Brat, don't think that you're qualified to speak to this king just because you've broken through to 6-star half-martial emperor. Don't forget, it was this king who helped you increase your strength. The voice that was filled with indifference resounded once again. The entire world trembled slightly at this moment. Between the heavens and the earth, transparent icicles gradually formed as Bing Shuang's mood changed. The sharp icicles were all pointed at Xiao Yan. The cold glint that was reflected seemed to cause the temperature of this place to become even colder without anyone noticing. The expression on Xiao Yan's face quickly turned grave when he saw the countless icicles in the sky. He did not doubt that these ordinary-looking icicles would be able to turn all of his techniques into nothingness. Faced with these icicles, he would likely not be able to last even a second. As Xiao Yan called out Gu Yu in his heart, he also turned his gaze to Bing Shuang with a grave expression. Just as he was about to speak, Wuxia Xianxia, who was standing beside Bing Shuang, stood forward once again. Her delicate body stood in front of Bing Shuang. Her pretty face that was filled with smiles a moment ago had turned pale once again. Her beautiful eyes that were filled with moisture quickly looked at Bing Shuang. Her delicate jade-like hands hugged Bing Shuang's lotus root-like fair arm. At the same time, she hurriedly shouted, "Sister Bing Shuang, don't be afraid of this wind. Sister Bing Shuang, it is not as if you don't know how frightening this cold wind is. Now that Qi Hanyu has been shattered, how can Xiao Yan possibly have the ability to pass through here if you ask him to leave by himself?" Bing Shuang's pretty eyes were gently opened when she heard this. She looked at the young lady in front of her. She involuntarily sighed in her heart when she noticed the hidden bitterness in the latter's pretty eyes. Immediately, her expression did not change as she looked at Xiao Yan. Her eyes narrowed as she spoke in a deep voice. "I heard from Qianqian that you have sealed the crack in the eastern wall earlier. Since you have the ability to seal that crack, I think that it should not be difficult for you to pass through the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range." The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes immediately hardened when he heard Bing Shuang's words. He did not expect that Wuxia Xianxia had already informed this woman in front of him about this matter. His heart involuntarily tightened. Immediately, Xiao Yan turned his eyes towards Bing Shuang. At the same time, the latter's indifferent face revealed a cold glint. Xiao Yan's eyes slowly narrowed when he saw this. A determined expression appeared on his face as he said, "Senior, please do not say any more. Senior, there's no need to say anything more. Giving me this opportunity is already a great favor. I'll walk the rest of the path myself. Farewell." Xiao Yan's voice had just sounded when he turned around and flew toward the western sky. "Xiao Yan, wait." Just as Xiao Yan turned around, Wuxia Xianxia called out to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look at the latter. At the same time, Wuxia Xianxia also looked towards Bing Shuang. The expression on her pretty face appeared somewhat anxious as she hurriedly spoke to Bing Shuang. "Sister Bing Shuang, Miss Wuxia, there's no need for that. I alone will be enough for the rest of the journey. In addition, thank you Miss Wuxia for bringing me into the hinterland of Shilin. However, just as Wuxia Xianxia's words left her mouth, Xiao Yan's calm voice was quickly transmitted over. In the next moment, when Wuxia Xianxia immediately turned her head to look at Xiao Yan, the latter's foot suddenly stepped on the empty air. His body moved and turned into a flowing wind that instantly disappeared in front of Bing Shuang and Wuxia Xianxia. Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face instantly changed when she saw Xiao Yan disappear. Her small mouth opened slightly, but the words in her mouth could not be spat out. Looking at the direction that Xiao Yan had left in, the young lady's eyes involuntarily surged with worry. A deep shock also surfaced on Bing Shuang's icy face at this moment. Other people might not recognize the agility do skill that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier. However, at her level, how could she not recognize this agility do skill that was extremely famous in the entire western region? Sky Absolute Steps, no wonder you possess the ability to fight against a 9-star half-emperor. If you have mastered the Sky Absolute Steps, you would really be able to achieve this. The corner of Bing Shuang's mouth involuntarily revealed a smile as she watched Xiao Yan disappear into the cold wind. She quietly spoke in her heart. Immediately, she pulled Wuxia Xianxia, whose face was filled with hidden bitterness, with one hand. Her body moved and she also flew towards the west. Since the Sky Absolute Steps is on your body, it looks like you are not a member of the 4 large sections. Xiao Yan, this name seems to be somewhat unfamiliar. Could it be them? While flying, Bing Shuang quietly frowned. Her heart appeared to be seriously thinking about something. This was especially so when she thought of the so-called them. The expression in her eyes instantly became gloomy. Chapter 490. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, within the piercing cold wind, the do qi within Xiao Yan's body, which had once again recovered to its peak due to his breakthrough, repeatedly surged out of his body as though it was free of charge. The brilliant, heavenly flame wrapped around Xiao Yan's entire body, dyeing him into a flame person. The high temperature in the sky and the surrounding cold wind fought each other. No one was willing to give in. Xiao Yan was undoubtedly suffering a one-sided loss under this kind of grinding. After all, the cold wind in this world was endless. If he was careless, it could affect Xiao Yan's speed. In order to resist this cold wind, Xiao Yan had no choice but to wildly expend the do qi within his body to resist the cold. The result of this was that Xiao Yan's aura gradually weakened. As Xiao Yan approached the central region of the hinterland of Shilin, he could sense that the cold wind between the sky and the earth had become many times stronger than before. He had already traveled for a day, but over half of the do qi in his body had already been exhausted. If this had been an ordinary day, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not have exhausted even 1/10 of the do qi within his body even if he had traveled day and night for an entire month. Even less needed to be said about the current situation. The expression on Xiao Yan's face also became increasingly solemn as he received the cold wind that was pouncing over from all directions like a vicious wolf. If this continued, he would be completely frozen to death by the cold wind because of his do qi exhaustion before he could reach the central area of the hinterland of Shilin. This was something that Xiao Yan was extremely unwilling to accept. Feeling helpless, Xiao Yan could only place his final hope on Gu Yu, who was within his body. If this old man still did not appear, Xiao Yan would really be hopeless. Old Gu. If you continue to pretend to be dead, I will not be able to hold on any longer. Old Gu. Old Gu. Xiao Yan knit his brows tightly. He continued to call out to Gu Yu in his heart. At the same time, the do qi within his body surged out of his body in an even crazier manner. The Sky Absolute Step under his feet was unleashed to its limit. The frightening speed caused Xiao Yan to appear like an invisible bolt of lightning in the sky. Even so, Xiao Yan was still unable to pass through the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range before his do qi was completely exhausted. Hee, little fellow, didn't you confidently say that you could walk on your own? Why are you losing your confidence now? Finally, just as Xiao Yan was about to give up, Gu Yu's mocking laughter came from Xiao Yan's body. The expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately hardened when he heard this familiar voice. Hope rose in his heart once again as he hurriedly spoke excitedly to Gu Yu. "Old Gu, there is no time to joke now. If you do not act, this little life of mine will likely end here." Gu Yu involuntarily laughed out loud when he heard Xiao Yan's tearless voice. He continued to tease, "What is it?" "Our great flame emperor, an extremely great person who even a heavenly flame cannot do anything to, is actually going to end up dying in this world of ice and snow today?" Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yan felt even more helpless in his heart when he heard this. His eyes swept over his surroundings as he spoke to Gu Yu with a grave expression. "I wonder what kind of strange thing exists in this place. It is actually able to emit such a frightening cold aura. Even my heavenly flame has difficulty suppressing it. If not for this, I would not have ended up in such a miserable state." "Ugh!" Xiao Yan immediately cried out bitterly in his heart when he sensed the frightening cold wind. Ever since Xiao Yan had started training, his heavenly flame could be said to have always been successful. Even when facing an opponent whose strength far exceeded Xiao Yan's, the heavenly flame was still able to help Xiao Yan. Now, however, Xiao Yan's heavenly flame had been defeated for the first time in the face of this cold air. Moreover, it was a defeat in which it was unable to retaliate. Of course, if the bone-chilling flame was the main body, the result would naturally be different. However, Gu Yu, who was in Xiao Yan's body, did not seem to have any intention of intervening. He, stinking brat, it would be strange if you could easily suppress this cold wind." Gu Yu, who was in Xiao Yan's body, laughed when he heard Xiao Yan's somewhat gloomy words. Xiao Yan was involuntarily startled when he heard this. He frowned slightly and asked Gu Yu in a stern voice. "Old Gu, what do you mean by this?" Humph, brat, haven't you been looking for that thing? Honestly speaking, your luck is really good. I only told you about it before you entered the mountain. However, you actually found it so quickly after entering the mountain. Moreover, that thing can be said to be right in front of you now." Gu Yu laughed softly. His words involuntarily revealed some surprise at Xiao Yan's heaven-defying luck. At the same time, a complicated expression involuntarily surged into his heart. "Old Gu, this junior hopes that you can speak clearly. Based on what you have said, I am really unable to recall it at this moment." Xiao Yan's face was filled with worry when he heard Gu Yu's soft laughter. His heart felt incomparably uncertain about these ambiguous words. It looks like you really cannot recall it. In that case, let me remind you again. Ice Spirit Pill. Huh? Gu Yu's words had just left his mouth when the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly hardened. His body, which was swiftly flying forward, also came to a halt in the empty space. At this moment, even the entire world had paused for an instant. At this moment, a great storm had been stirred within Xiao Yan's heart. Endless joy and surprise surged within Xiao Yan's heart like a tidal wave, rising and falling one after another. After Gu Yu's reminder, Xiao Yan immediately understood what the thing that Gu Yu had mentioned was. It was something that could suppress a heavenly flame in the world. It was something that was born and nurtured by the world. It was considered to be the coldest energy in the world, the Ice Spirit Cold Liquid. Ice Spirit Cold Liquid. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan finally spoke with a pause between each word. The Ice Spirit Cold Liquid was the most important medicinal ingredient to refine the Ice Spirit Pill. At the same time, the Ice Spirit Cold Liquid was also the most important thing that Xiao Yan needed to swallow the heavenly flame. Xiao Yan originally thought that with the rarity of this thing, it was likely that he would only have the opportunity to obtain it by going to some large-scale auction houses. However, he did not expect that this kind of natural treasure would actually be in the hinterlands of the Shilin mountain range. It was no wonder that the cold wind in the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range could suppress the heavenly flame that Xiao Yan was most proud of. Based on what Gu Yu had said, that thing was right in front of Xiao Yan. Could it be, Old Gu, What you're saying is that the icy spirit frost liquid exists within these cold winds? Chapter 491. Haha, not bad. Xiaoyan's eyes contained a glint as they swiftly swept over the surrounding sky. He sensed the cold wind whistling past the heavenly flame barrier. His heart's original opinion of the danger of this cold wind had also changed. If this cold wind could be described as a lethal poison to Xiaoyan earlier, at this moment, this cold wind was a miraculous medicinal pill that could revive one's flesh and bones. The Ice Spirit Pill was an important medicinal pill that was related to Xiaoyan's ability to swallow the heavenly flame. The Ice Spirit Cold Liquid was the most important main ingredient. Xiaoyan's heart naturally viewed it with great importance. Xiaoyan's mind suddenly shook without saying anything. The dou qi within his body wildly surged out at this moment. He waved his large hand and a frightening suction force wildly gathered in Xiaoyan's palm. The surrounding cold wind was also attracted by this force and swiftly gathered toward the hand that Xiaoyan had extended. After being wildly refined by the heavenly flame, the cold wind that was sucked into Xiaoyan's palm turned into an extremely tiny water droplet that was suspended within the heavenly flame for a short period of time. Although the strength of the heavenly flame was frightening, this tiny water droplet was able to endure the high temperature of the heavenly flame for a couple of breaths' time before it was gradually evaporated by the heavenly flame. Seeing this scene, a wild joy immediately surfaced on Xiaoyan's face. Being able to possess such a frightening fire-controlling ability, this water droplet was definitely the icy spirit cold liquid. There was no doubt about it. Xiaoyan immediately waved his large hand after making this decision in his heart. Immediately, a wild and violent suction force agglomerated in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. It began to wildly agglomerate the cold wind around him. At the same time, the frightening, heavenly flame unleashed a frighteningly high temperature that could incinerate the sky and boil the sea. Within a short moment, a water droplet the size of a grain of rice was gradually agglomerated on the palm that Xiaoyan had extended in front of him. Although the refining speed could be said to be a drop in the bucket, Xiaoyan's heart still felt extremely happy at this moment. Puff, however, Guyu involuntarily let out a mocking laugh from within his body. Xiaoyan's expression involuntarily became startled when he sensed the disdain that was transmitted from within his body. Only then did he withdraw the dou qi that had surged out of his body. He frowned and asked Guyu. "Elder Gu, what's wrong? Is there something wrong?" "Hee, smelly brat, there's nothing wrong with what you're doing. But remember, next time, you must listen to what this old man has to say first before you make a move. Otherwise, you'll suffer a great loss. Don't tell this old man that I'm telling you first, hee." Xiaoyan felt even more puzzled when he heard Guyu's laughter. However, he finally nodded and did not say anything else. Seeing this, Guyu smiled again and said, "That's right. The reason why this old man said that the icy spirit frozen liquid is right in front of you is because the icy spirit frozen liquid exists in this world. Of course, the prerequisite for this existence is that it has been diluted countless times." Xiaoyan lifted his brows when he heard Guyu's words. He involuntarily thought of something in his heart. Guyu smiled and continued speaking. "Even if all the icy spirit frozen liquid in this world were added together, it is likely less than 1% of the total amount. It is impossible for a small amount of icy spirit frozen liquid to be able to turn this world into a world of ice and snow. Hence, there is definitely a large amount of icy spirit frozen liquid in the interior of Shilin, an icy spirit frozen fountain." Xiaoyan's face was immediately replaced by a dense shock after Guyu's words sounded. Guyu's words were like thunder as they reverberated in Xiaoyan's mind. The last few words caused Xiaoyan's mind to buzz. The icy spirit frozen fountain was a natural treasure that could cause the experts in the entire continent to go crazy over it. Did it really exist somewhere in this place where Xiaoyan was standing? Instead of refining less than 1% of the icy spirit frozen liquid in this world, why don't you try to find the icy spirit frozen fountain? You should understand that as long as you find the icy spirit frozen fountain, the icy spirit frozen liquid contained within it will be dozens or even hundreds of times more than the total amount in this world. Moreover, the purity of the liquid will allow you to directly merge it into a medicinal pill. Whether the two choices are good or bad depends on which one you choose. Guyu laughed before he quickly opened his mouth to speak. Moreover, this old man can roughly sense the location of the icy spirit frozen fountain. If you are willing, this old man can help you find it. Xiao Yan smiled when he heard Guyu's words. There was naturally no need to say what choice he would make. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with longing for the icy spirit frozen fountain. After all, if he could really find the icy spirit frozen fountain, Xiao Yan would be able to obtain it when the time came. Please lead the way, old Gu. I am also extremely curious about the icy spirit frozen fountain. Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze and respectfully spoke to Guyu. All right. In that case, let's continue walking. If this old man senses correctly, the icy spirit frozen fountain should be directly in front of you. This time around, you can use this old man's strength. After all, this place is close to the central area of Shilin. The cold wind there is sufficient to take your life. Guyu spoke in a solemn tone. A thought passed through his mind and a frightening do qi immediately rose from the vortex within Xiao Yan's body. At the same time, Xiao Yan borrowed this do qi to swiftly raise his aura to an extremely frightening level. Xiao Yan's body moved and the sky absolute step was unleashed. A cool breeze blew across the sky. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's body had already appeared on the horizon. That's right, old Gu, I still have a question that I wish to ask you. Xiao Yan ignored the cold wind around him. A dense white heavenly flame spread from his eyes. The strong wind caused his long white hair to flutter. It was like many small snakes that were twisting in the wind. Oh. What is the question? Let me hear it. Guyu involuntarily felt a little uncertain about Xiao Yan's sudden question. He hesitated for a moment before speaking to Xiao Yan. I am very curious. When you first arrived in the western region, you did not completely hide your aura, even when facing the sect leaders of the 4 great sections. Why is it that you actually, brat, don't tell me you're really treating her as an ordinary woman? Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when Guyu's voice was quickly transmitted. His words contained some admiration for Bing Shuang. Old Gu, do I look like someone who only cares about appearances? Xiao Yan merely shook his head, smiled, and replied. Regardless of whether you are or not, you must not underestimate the strength of that girl. It is not that I want to say this, but the sect leaders of the 4 great sects are nothing in that girl's eyes. Guyu softly spoke. Soon after, he once again became silent. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body, which was originally swiftly flying forward, once again paused in the empty space. Xiao Yan lowered his eyelids. His dense white eyes stared intently at the empty space in front of him. His body involuntarily trembled under his black clothes. Xiao Yan naturally understood Guyu's words. If Guyu could say this, Bing Shuang's true strength would definitely far surpass the sect leaders of the 4 great sections. Since it far surpassed them, Bing Shuang's strength would at the very least be, origin transformation stage. Chapter 492. With the help of Guyu's strength, Xiao Yan was able to move through the cold wind without any hindrance. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame, the cold wind did not even have the chance to approach Xiao Yan. It was isolated in the empty space 100 feet away from Xiao Yan. At the same time, the speed at which Xiao Yan was moving forward was many times faster than before. Under Guyu's guidance, Xiao Yan appeared in a dimly lit cloud within a couple of hours. The clouds in the sky were extremely dense. At this place, if an ordinary person were to look with their naked eyes, they would not be able to clearly see more than a meter away. At this moment, when the dense white bone-chilling flame lingered over Xiao Yan's eyes, the world below gradually became clear. Below the clouds was a world of ice covered in snow. The thick layer of snow indicated the desolation of this place. Due to the dim light, the snow on the ground appeared gray. At first glance, one would not even be able to recognize that it was snow. The grayish-white clouds and the gloomy world seemed a little out of place compared to the outside world. If an ordinary person saw this scene, it was likely that they would think that this was a desert. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was high in the sky, involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene below. Forget about other people, even he did not believe that this was the location of the icy spirit cold fountain, just by looking at this desolate scene. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He asked Guyu while feeling doubtful in his heart. "Old Gu, are you certain that this is where the icy spirit cold spring is located?" He, little fellow, relax. This old man's senses will not be wrong. This is indeed where the icy spirit cold spring is located. Guyu chuckled and spoke in an extremely certain tone. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's frown did not ease. His eyes rotated as he asked Guyu again. "However, the cold chi in this world is not much different from other places. I can't sense any different aura at all. Unless..." Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed after he spoke. A bright glint flashed across his densely white eyes. "Heh, your guess is correct. Although the icy spirit cold spring is not in this snowy land, it is beneath the snowy land. As long as one can enter the ground, one will be able to see the icy spirit cold spring. This point is similar to the crack on the eastern wall, which also came from underground. As for the source of the cold wind, this old man is certain that it is the icy spirit cold spring." Guyu had gradually withdrawn his joking mood at this moment. His tone was solemn as he spoke to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's face once again revealed a fiery hot expression after Guyu's words. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the dou qi in his body immediately gathered in his palms. His body flashed and appeared in the air above the snowy ground. He raised his palms and curled his fingers into claws as he viciously slashed at the snowy ground below. "Wait!" However, just as Xiao Yan's claw was about to land, Guyu, who was within his body, suddenly spoke and forcefully stopped Xiao Yan. The claw that was about to land suddenly paused in midair. The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed. He frowned and asked Guyu in a deep voice. "Old Gu, what is it?" "Kid, before you make a move, there is something I need to tell you. The icy spirit cold spring here clearly already has an owner. If you make a move without permission, I'm afraid that you will be hunted down by the owner of the icy spirit cold spring. You better think carefully." Guyu's tone was a little grave as he spoke. "Is it that woman called Bing Shuang? What do you think?" Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened upon hearing this. If that was really the case, it would likely be troublesome. Being viewed as an enemy by an origin transformation expert was definitely not a small matter for anyone, especially Xiao Yan, who had already formed a grudge with the four great sections. If he offended such an expert, it was likely that even Guyu would be powerless to continue protecting him. Xiao Yan nodded. "Damn it. The thing is right in front of me. Do I have to give up just like that?" Anger involuntarily rose in Xiao Yan's heart when he thought of this. He coldly snorted and a dense white heavenly flame immediately surged out of his pores. In the blink of an eye, it turned Xiao Yan into a flaming person. "Old Gu, can you find out where that woman is?" "Hey, brat, are you trying to snatch it by force? This method is not wise. You should leave them first. Now that something has happened to the icy spirit cold spring, they will immediately think of you. At that time." But there is no other way. Guyu's words had yet to fade when Xiao Yan helplessly sighed and spoke. Hey, brat, who told you there is no other way?" However, Guyu chuckled when he heard Xiao Yan's words. Huh? Xiao Yan was stunned. He could not help but feel puzzled. Guyu chuckled again and continued. Based on my senses, those two little girls aren't too far away from us. If you dare to snatch them, I guarantee that those two little girls will arrive here before you can obtain the icy spirit frozen fountain. When that time comes, you'll really be in for a bad time. Not only will you be hunted down by an expert, but even those girls' feelings for you will also be erased. Xiao Yan could only helplessly frown when he heard the first half of Gu Yu's words. However, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily twitched when he heard the last sentence. He helplessly rolled his eyes, curled his lips, and spoke in a deep voice. Old Gu, just tell me what the method is. As long as I can obtain the icy spirit cold spring, there is no need to say anything else. Hey, brat, are you still unwilling to admit it? Guyu chuckled when he heard this. He immediately withdrew his smile and said, this method is not simple. This method is neither difficult nor easy. However, the most important thing is that it requires you to pay a huge price. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard Gu Yu's words. A method that could cause Gu Yu to speak in such a manner was likely extraordinarily difficult. Old Gu, just say it. As long as I can obtain the icy spirit cold spring, it is only natural for me to pay a price. Come at me. Xiao Yan slowly narrowed his eyes. His body shook as he stood in the air. His face revealed a determined expression as he spoke in a sonorous and forceful tone. Haha, good. I like your decisive character of being able to abandon yourself in order to achieve your goal. The old me has not misjudged you. Go. Gu Yu purposely cried out in a solemn tone when he heard Xiao Yan's words. After which, he once again became quiet. Ugh, Gu Yu's silence caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily feel a little uncertain. The so-called price that he had thought of did not appear to have descended upon Gu Yu's head. However, Xiao Yan suddenly discovered that something was amiss at the next moment. Following Gu Yu's silence, the dense white flame within Xiao Yan's body and his powerful Do Qi began to swiftly disappear. At the same time, the dense white flame that had adhered to the surface of Xiao Yan's body suddenly disappeared. Immediately, a frightening cold aura that caused Xiao Yan's soul to tremble descended upon Xiao Yan's head. This is the price? Chapter 493. Cold wind whistled through the misty world. It was like the roars of magical beasts. The world was lightless, and the sun and moon could not be seen. The entire world appeared to be a land of death. It was desolate, bleak, and devoid of life. At this moment, in this desolate snowy land, there was a ball of brilliant flame that emitted the only light in the snowy land. The fire extended for a distance of a couple of dozen feet. Looking from a distance, it appeared like a flickering star in the clouds. Only when one was close enough would one be able to see the exact appearance of the fire. The firelight was brilliant and colorful. The brilliant light was reflected on the surrounding snow, causing the originally dark and gloomy snow to appear brilliant and colorful at this moment. At this moment, a black-robed figure was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the brilliant firelight. The eyes of the human figure were tightly shut. His brows were tightly knit. Even though there was a brilliant heavenly flame around him, the face of this human figure was still pale at this moment. Xiao Yan's face appeared to be completely bloodless. Even his originally sleek red lips appeared dry and white at this moment. His skinny body was trembling slightly at this moment. The extremely cold air in the air caused Xiao Yan's aura to become increasingly weak. If this continued, he would be completely frozen in this place by the cold wind that was waiting for an opportunity to strike in less than 15 minutes. As the remaining Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body became increasingly thin, the heavenly flame around Xiao Yan's body also became dimmer. The cold wind in the outside world also became stronger as the strength of the heavenly flame weakened. Old Gu, what kind of method is this? You're simply trying to take this junior's life. Helpless, Xiao Yan could only place his final hope on Gu Yu. Brat, you should endure for a little longer. Those two little girls are about to arrive. You will naturally be fine as long as they arrive. Haha. Guyu laughed when he heard this. It was as though he was not going to attack. Xiao Yan felt even more helpless because of this. He could only do his best to squeeze out the little remaining dou qi within his body, hoping that he would be able to endure for a little longer. At the same time, the frightening cold wind outside of the heavenly flame seemed to be aware that Xiao Yan was already at the end of his rope. Numerous invisible cold wind blades violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's heavenly flame as the cold wind whistled. Bang! 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 Each time it struck, it would cause the glow on the heavenly flame barrier to become a little dimmer. At the same time, Xiao Yan's expression also became increasingly pale under the repeated strikes of the cold wind. Not long later, a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. Following the repeated erosion of the cold wind, the area around Xiao Yan that was covered by the heavenly flame swiftly shrank. That cold wind had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Despite being separated by the heavenly flame, that frighteningly low temperature still caused Xiao Yan's face to instantly feel numb. Qi, the approaching cold wind had already sealed the edges of Xiao Yan's black robes into a solid layer of ice. Xiao Yan's seated body was gradually covered by a thick layer of ice. A moment later, Xiao Yan's body was covered by layers of ice. Even though this was the case, the extremely cold temperature continued to invade Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's body was completely exhausted when Xiao Yan's body was completely sealed by ice. After Xiao Yan's body was sealed by ice, an extremely cold aura swiftly drowned Xiao Yan's mind. Everything in front of Xiao Yan turned into darkness. At the same time that the last wisp of heavenly flame on Xiao Yan's body was extinguished, two extremely beautiful figures coincidentally arrived at this place from within the clouds in the sky above Xiao Yan's head. Just as the two of them were preparing to pass by, one of the two girls, who had fair skin and pretty looks, who was further back, suddenly frowned slightly. Her long and narrow eyes involuntarily looked towards the clouds below. When Xiao Yan woke up once again, the first thing that entered his eyes was an ice cave that had been meticulously arranged. The cave was decorated with many pieces of furniture. A faint fragrance permeated the air. From this, one could tell that this cave should be the bedroom of a lady. Ugh, Xiao Yan sat up from the bed with a somewhat pale face. There was still some cold air remaining within his body. This caused Xiao Yan's originally skinny body to involuntarily tremble at this moment. Ugh, old Gu, what is this place? Xiao Yan violently shook his head and removed the uncomfortable feeling in his mind. Only then did he carefully ask Guyu in his heart. He, brat, you are currently very close to the icy spirit cold spring. Guyu did not reply to Xiao Yan's question. Instead, he laughed and teased. The expression on Xiao Yan's face changed slightly upon hearing this. Immediately, it turned into joy. Although he did not know what had happened, Guyu's words caused Xiao Yan's spirits to soar. However, at the same time that Xiao Yan's face revealed a joyous expression, a person suddenly walked in from the wide-open door of the cave. Xiao Yan immediately withdrew the expression on his face when he saw that someone had arrived. Both of his eyes narrowed as the dou qi within his body, which had recovered a little, swiftly rose at this moment. However, the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly stiffened when that pretty person completely appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The person who had appeared in front of him at this moment was surprisingly Wuxia Xianxia. Could it be that the one who had brought him here was this little girl in front of him? Xiao Yan involuntarily felt speechless when he thought of this. The muscles on the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. If this was the case, would it not mean that the owner of the icy spirit cold spring, Bing Shuang, was also here? Just as Xiao Yan was thinking of that woman with frightening strength in his heart, a gorgeous lady, whose entire body was emitting an ice-cold aura, appeared behind Wuxia Xianxia, who had just entered the door. This lady was Bing Shuang. The expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly hardened when he saw Bing Shuang. His body moved, and he hurriedly got down from the bed and respectfully stood on the ground. What a joke! The woman in front of him was a terrifying origin transformation expert. If he dared to be disrespectful to her, once he provoked her, it would be difficult for him to even keep his life. Rather than provoking such a terrifying person, Xiao Yan would rather be a little more respectful. At the very least, he would not let this woman become dissatisfied with him. Xiao Yan, are you all right? Quickly sit down. The cold qi in your body has not been completely removed. Wuxia Xianxia's face was filled with joy when she saw that Xiao Yan had already awakened. She hurriedly took a few steps forward and held onto Xiao Yan's arm. Her voice was filled with worry as she spoke with concern. Cough cough, thank you for your concern. I'm fine now, but there's no need for me to sit down. With senior here, I'm afraid that as a junior, if I sit down, I'm afraid, if I ask you to sit, then sit. What's with all the nonsense? However, before Xiao Yan could finish speaking, Bing Shuang's beautiful face was cold as she spoke with an indifferent tone. Xiao Yan's expression immediately froze when Bing Shuang's words left her mouth. Soon after, he let out an embarrassed smile and cupped his hands at Bing Shuang before sitting down. Wuxia Xianxia could not help but glance at Bing Shuang. Only then did her beautiful eyes turn and giggle at Xiao Yan again. Chapter 494. Following Xiao Yan's awakening, Wuxia Xianxia spent the next few days accompanying Xiao Yan by his side. A sweet smile was always present on her face. As for Xiao Yan, perhaps other men would be extremely excited when faced with such treatment, but for Xiao Yan, there was only a heavy sense of helplessness in his heart. Having the company of a beautiful woman was perhaps the thought of countless men. However, for Xiao Yan, who already had a family, he did not have the heart to flirt with other women. The only thing on his mind right now was the icy spirit frozen spring. After interacting with Wuxia Xianxia for a few days, Xiao Yan learned from her that the ice beauty's full name was Leng Bingshuang. The general situation was similar to what Xiao Yan knew. She was a terrifying existence at the level of a true overlord in the Shilin mountain range. Of course, Xiao Yan guessed that with Leng Bingshuang's strength, there was probably no one in the entire western region who could be her opponent. However, after conversing with Wuxia Xianxia, Xiao Yan quickly dispelled this thought in his heart. As an origin transformation expert, Leng Bingshuang had dominated the Shilin mountain range for so many years, but she had always been injured. It was hard to imagine that to be able to leave an origin transformation expert with an injury that was difficult to recover from, the opponent's strength was probably at the same level as Leng Bingshuang at the very least. So it's another origin transformation expert. Thinking of this, even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, his heart could not help but violently beat a few times. Beads of cold sweat unconsciously appeared on his forehead. In the end, Xiao Yan used the reason of needing to rest to temporarily brush off Wuxia Xianxia. Only then did the latter unwillingly leave the room. As for Xiao Yan, he also obtained a temporary respite. Phew, seeing that the door to the cavern was tightly shut, Xiao Yan let out a long sigh of relief. Although he had obtained quite a bit of information during this period of time, he had to admit that this girl was really a chatterbox. Even Xiao Yan, who had always been known for his sharp tongue, had no choice but to admit defeat in front of her. Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly. He let out a long sigh. Only then did he frown and ask Gu Yu, who was within his body. Elder Gu, it's your turn now. Why don't you tell me how I can obtain the icy spirit cold fountain? You didn't bring me here to play with this little girl, right? Hee hee, not bad. You're right, kid. Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows upon hearing Gu Yu's reply. He was speechless in his heart. He curled his lips and spoke in a deep voice, Elder Gu, now is not the time to joke. The icy spirit cold fountain is right in front of me. You can't possibly allow me to continue watching. That woman, Leng Bingshuang, is not a kind person. Once the cold aura within my body is removed, she will definitely chase me out of this place. Therefore, you must act first before that happens. Guyu spoke in a stern voice after Xiao Yan's words sounded. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air and lay heavily on the bed behind him. His left arm was placed under his head while his right hand was randomly placed on his waist. His index finger gently tapped as he swiftly thought of a solution in his heart. It was a long while later before he spoke again. Elder Gu, you can't possibly ask me to steal it. Although I admit that my speed is not slow, it is only limited to the half-emperors. Given that woman's strength, I'm afraid that she will immediately target me as long as I dare to step out of this door. Therefore, this old man did not ask you to steal it. You, on the other hand, foolish brat, who do you think this old man is to ask you to do such a thing? Then, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard this. A doubtful expression appeared between his brows. Hey, this is for you. Guyu spoke in a casual tone. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's expression wildly changed. A large amount of unfamiliar information suddenly surged out of Xiao Yan's mind, causing Xiao Yan's head to feel as though it was about to explode. It was a long while later before he gradually digested this enormous amount of information. Ugh, this is, Tier 3 medicinal pill, Bodhisattva returning pill. That girl's injuries were also formed by cold chi. This Bodhisattva returning pill can help her recover. Of course, if she uses an ordinary method to recover, her injuries will be much better than they are now. But this girl is extremely stubborn. She clearly knows that her injuries were formed by cold chi, yet she still dares to stay in this dark and cold place. Although her injuries have recovered after so many years, the cold chi has entered her body, leaving behind a tuberculosis that is difficult to recover from. This has coincidentally given you an opportunity. Guyu laughed as he spoke in a cunning tone. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard this. From the looks of it, Guyu had already discovered that Leng Bingshuang was injured. However, Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a little surprised by the pill formula that Guyu had given him. Being the spirit of a heavenly flame, Guyu actually possessed something like a pill formula. This was really surprising. Little fellow, there is no need for you to overthink. Back then, the Wuxia ancient god was also an all-powerful individual. This is merely a Tier 3 medicinal pill formula. Forget about this, it is not as though the Wuxia ancient god did not possess even higher tier pill formulas. The old me has merely collected a small portion of them. Guyu once again laughed as though he had seen through Xiao Yan's thoughts. His tone contained a pride that could not be removed. Even though the Wuxia ancient god had forcefully devoured them back then, did they not follow the Wuxia ancient god to glory? Now that he recalled all of this, Guyu felt as though things had remained the same, but people had changed. Even someone as strong as the Wuxia ancient god was ultimately defeated by the loneliness of time. On the other hand, these heavenly flames that had been devoured by the Wuxia ancient god back then were now able to roam this vast world. The strongest. What was the use of being the strongest? After the flow of time, one would ultimately become a pile of yellow soil. Perhaps the Wuxia ancient god had destroyed his own cultivation in order to tell the world this truth. Of course, this truth could only be understood by the strong. The current Xiao Yan had difficulty even protecting himself. Naturally, he did not have the time to ponder over these questions. In the outside world, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he sensed that Guyu had once again become quiet. He probed Guyu in his heart. Old Gu, since you have so many pill formulas, why don't you want the pill formulas? Guyu smiled. Xiao Yan's face was filled with excitement as he violently nodded. His body, which had just been lying on the bed, suddenly sat up. It was as though he was waiting for Guyu to pass all of the pill formulas to him. Find your own way. There are so many pill formulas in the Alchemist Association. As long as you have the ability, you can take all of their medicinal pill formulas. No one will dare to say anything. Otherwise, you can head to the Alchemist Alliance. That place is a paradise for alchemists. Forget about Tier 3 pill formulas, even Tier 4 or 5 pill formulas will not be lacking. Of course, the first thing is that you must possess the qualification to get them to willingly hand over their pill formulas to you. Xiao Yan unhappily rolled his eyes in response to this. From Gu Yu's words, it was obvious that he was unwilling to hand over his pill formulas. Xiao Yan softly muttered a couple of sentences in his mouth. He was about to lie down once again when, at this moment, the thick and heavy stone door within the cave was once again opened. At the same time, a beautiful figure, whose entire body emitted an icy cold aura, slowly walked in from outside the door. When she entered the cave, she actually shut the stone door tightly in front of Xiao Yan's shocked gaze. Chapter 495. Xiao Yan stared blankly at Leng Bingshuang, who was strolling into the cave. The expression on his face gradually froze. In the end, a drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead and fell into Xiao Yan's dark eyes. The sudden stimulation caused Xiao Yan to quickly recover his senses. Xiao Yan hurriedly stood up. In front of this woman, even with Xiao Yan's arrogance, he had no choice but to restrain himself. After all, this woman's terror was really difficult for him to face. Xiao Yan cupped his hands at Leng Bingshuang and was about to step forward. However, the latter raised her arrogant and cold eyes and glared fiercely at Xiao Yan. With this glance, Xiao Yan only felt that the space around him seemed to have frozen. He could not move at all. Leng Bingshuang withdrew her gaze. Her footsteps were gentle as she slowly walked to the front of the stone table in the cave. Her graceful figure was like a water snake as she slowly sat down. Only then did the woman let out a soft snort. The space around Xiao Yan immediately relaxed. Xiao Yan could not resist once again sitting on the bed. Qianqian wants you to sit, so sit. Otherwise, if that girl sees you, she will say that I'm not doing this and that. Although this exquisite voice caused one's heart to pound, the current Xiao Yan did not have the slightest mood to feel this lovely voice that was filled with magnetism. Nodding with a serious expression, Xiao Yan lowered his head from the beginning to the end. His gaze was fixed on Leng Bingshuang's pair of white and tender feet that were completely exposed to the air. A myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. Seeing Xiao Yan's appearance, Leng Bingshuang could not help but sneer secretly in her heart. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly and her tone was indifferent. Tell me, who are you? What is your purpose in coming to the hinterland of Shilin? As she said this, Leng Bingshuang's pair of icy blue eyes were fixed on Xiao Yan's slightly lowered face. Light flowed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. This woman was actually still suspicious of his identity. He had to say that she was really cautious to the extreme. However, in the face of such a strong woman, Xiao Yan naturally did not dare to say those words out loud. Since Senior has been asking Junior this question, then Junior doesn't mind answering. Xiao Yan raised his head slightly. His gaze, which was filled with fear, shifted from the latter's feet to Leng Bingshuang's beautiful face. My name is Xiao Yan. I have come to the Shilin mountain range only to borrow the path and have no other purpose. Humph, what a good excuse. Since it's just a way, why must you enter my Shilin mountain range? Wouldn't it be more convenient to directly pass through your human city? Leng Bingshuang clearly did not believe Xiao Yan's explanation. After all, Xiao Yan was only a mere 5-star half-martial emperor. Yet, he actually dared to enter the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range alone. If he did not have a purpose, no one would believe him. If that was possible, then Junior would really not have to enter the Shilin mountain range. However, Junior has some enmity with the 4 great sects of the Shilin region. They are eager for me to enter those cities. How would I dare to pass through there? Xiao Yan shook his head, sighed, and smiled. Seeing Xiao Yan's expression, which did not seem to be fake, Leng Bingshuang could not help but frown slightly. Her beautiful eyes rotated as she coldly asked again. Humph, what do you have that is worthy for the four great sects to attack you? You're only a 5-star half-martial emperor. Even if you're an ordinary Dodi, the four great sect leaders would not place you in their eyes. You? Leng Bingshuang's beautiful eyes narrowed. A cold light condensed within her icy blue eyes. My strength is indeed not worth mentioning to them. However, the sky annihilation steps that I possess is sufficient to cause the entire western region to attack me. The instant Xiao Yan's voice sounded, his feet moved. Immediately, Xiao Yan's body was like a gust of wind and instantly disappeared from where he stood. When Xiao Yan's body appeared once again, he had already appeared in front of the thick and heavy stone door. In the blink of an eye, he had once again returned to his original spot. Raising his gaze, Xiao Yan looked straight at Leng Bingshuang and said in a serious voice, "What do you think of this?" Seeing Xiao Yan use the sky annihilation steps once again, a strange expression involuntarily flashed across Leng Bingshuang's indifferent face. However, immediately after, it was perfectly concealed. It is indeed the sky annihilation steps. The four great sects have been searching for it for several hundred years. It is unexpected that it would actually be in the hands of a small 5-star half-martial emperor. In that case, you are from the Lu clan? The Lu clan naturally referred to the Lu clan that Lu Feng had single-handedly established back then. At the same time, it was also the small Lu clan in the current Qingyang city. Even though times had changed, Leng Bingshuang would still involuntarily recall some people and matters from back then when the sky annihilation steps was mentioned. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head when he heard this. He said, "I am not from the Lu clan. It is only because I have some relationship with the Lu clan that I was able to obtain this sky annihilation steps. I believe that elder already understands the enmity between me and the four great sects." Leng Bingshuang's face was grave and stern as she nodded her head. Immediately, she raised her beautiful eyes once again and stared coldly at Xiao Yan. That ice-cold gaze that caused one to tremble involuntarily caused Xiao Yan's heart to tighten slightly. Even if you can prove that you have no relationship with the four great sects, how are you going to prove that you did not come to my Shilin mountain range with ulterior motives? Leng Bingshuang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as an ice-cold chill swiftly spread out from her body. Xiao Yan could only feel that the surrounding space had become ice-cold, as though he was in a cold cellar. Xiao Yan's gaze cautiously swept back and forth across the space where the temperature continuously dropped. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together as a grave expression appeared on his face. At the same time, he was somewhat speechless at Leng Bingshuang's words. Indeed, he could only prove that he had no relationship with the four great sects. However, he was ultimately unable to prove his intentions for coming to the Shilin mountain range. After all, he was currently still within the Shilin mountain range. As long as he did not leave for even a moment, he would be unable to prove himself. "Humph, I can give you 3 days. After 3 days, leave this place and I can treat it as though nothing has happened. Before that, you are not allowed to take even half a step out of this stone room. Otherwise, even if Qianqian protects you, you will definitely not be able to leave this place alive." Leng Bingshuang's beautiful eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. An incomparably cold glint shot out from her ice-blue eyes as she spoke in an icy voice. After speaking, Leng Bingshuang slowly stood up from the side of the stone table. She strolled gracefully as she prepared to leave this cave. If I am not wrong, Elder's body should still have some old injuries that have yet to be healed. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yan's voice was suddenly transmitted over. The expression on Leng Bingshuang's pretty face could not help but be slightly startled. Immediately, when Leng Bingshuang turned around, an ice-cold killing intent suddenly swept out from within her body. The temperature within the entire cave rapidly fell. Xiao Yan's face also subsequently turned pale. Chapter 496. Inside the cave, an ice-cold killing intent filled every corner of the cave like spring water. An unparalleled pressure enveloped the entire space. The coldness was so terrifying that it seemed as if even the empty space was about to be frozen. In front of the bed, Xiao Yan's body was frozen in place. The terrifying pressure caused his body to be unable to move at all. "What did you just say?" Leng Bingshuang's beautiful eyes were ice cold. A pair of ice blue eyes shot out a cold light, like a sword resting between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. As long as she willed it, the Xiao Yan in front of her would be instantly killed. Xiao Yan's expression became increasingly pale as he sensed the frightening pressure around him that nearly caused him to be unable to breathe. Waves of cold sweat continued to flow down from his forehead. Xiao Yan's throat rolled violently as he clenched his teeth tightly. The muscles on his face were tensed tightly at this moment. At the same time that he raised his head with great difficulty, his entire head also trembled repeatedly, resisting the frightening pressure that had landed on his body. Whoosh. A word had just been spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth when a sharp rushing wind sound suddenly resounded within the interior of the cave. In the next moment, Xiao Yan felt a gust of cold wind in front of him. At the same time, an ice-cold palm had already fiercely grabbed Xiao Yan's neck. Immediately, Xiao Yan, who was already breathing heavily, felt completely suffocated at this moment. "You were sent by them?" Leng Bingshuang's beautiful face was close to Xiao Yan's face. The two of them were almost face to face. At such a close distance, Xiao Yan could even clearly feel the other party's breath on his face. But soon after, that warm aura was instantly crushed by the terrifying cold aura on Leng Bingshuang's body. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also felt an even more terrifying cold aura. Unknowingly, under the condensation of the cold aura, a thick layer of ice had already covered Xiao Yan's calves. Having his neck grabbed by Leng Bingshuang, Xiao Yan's face swiftly became flushed red. His entire face swelled up in a short moment. The white of his eyes, which were as white as snow, was also swiftly filled with a scarlet red color. Humph! Seeing Xiao Yan's flushed face, Leng Bingshuang narrowed her beautiful eyes and snorted coldly. Only then did she take 2 steps back and withdraw her jade-like hand that had landed on Xiao Yan's neck. At the same time, sharp icicles rapidly condensed in the surrounding space. Xiao Yan's legs were already sealed in ice, greatly restricting his movements. If Xiao Yan dared to move again, Leng Bingshuang only needed to take his life in an instant. "Speak. What did they send you here for?" Cough 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 cough. As Leng Bingshuang's words left her mouth, Xiao Yan hugged his throat with both hands and violently coughed. It was a good while later that he gradually began to catch his breath. Cough *. Elder, this junior Xiao Yan doesn't know who they that you are talking about are. Xiao Yan's mouth panted heavily as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Leng Bingshuang knit her eyebrows when she heard this. A killing intent immediately surged out of her pretty eyes. She raised her hand and flipped it. The numerous ice thorns in the surrounding empty space violently shot toward Xiao Yan's entire body in front of her. At the same time, Genesis Qi gathered in Leng Bingshuang's jade-like hand. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan and slammed her palm towards Xiao Yan's chest. "Brat, you still dare to quibble. Today, I will make sure that you never return." Qi, however, at this critical moment, Xiao Yan abruptly circulated the heavenly fire in his body and instantly broke the ice that sealed his legs. At the same time, the 6 tents instantly condensed behind Xiao Yan. By the time Leng Bingshuang's palm arrived in front of Xiao Yan's figure had already disappeared into the tents behind him. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Leng Bingshuang's jade-like hand slammed into the space where Xiao Yan had been standing. Terrifying power immediately erupted, shattering the space in front of Leng Bingshuang in the blink of an eye. Even the majority of the furniture in the cave room was turned to dust by Leng Bingshuang's palm. Huh! This is the power of the great Tao. Brat, who the hell are you? Leng Bingshuang's delicate body abruptly turned around. The moment Xiao Yan appeared, her jade-like hand blasted out again, viciously slamming towards Xiao Yan. Seeing Ling Bingshuang once again attacking, the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed drastically. Just by looking at the latter's stance, it was clear that she wanted to take his life. If he was careless and was struck by this woman's palm, the consequences would not be a joke. While he was overwhelmed with shock, Xiao Yan did not dare to be negligent. His hands rapidly formed a seal, and when Ling Bingshuang attacked for the second time, Xiao Yan took the opportunity to dodge again. Elder. This junior indeed has no other intentions in coming here, and every word that I said is true. As for them that you spoke of, this junior indeed has no idea at all. All of this is just a misunderstanding. After dodging Ling Bingshuang's fatal blow 3 times in a row, the expression on Xiao Yan's face became more and more dignified. He knew that Ling Bingshuang did not use her full strength at all. Sure enough, this time, when Xiao Yan was about to cast the 6 Paths tent again, Ling Bingshuang finally made her move. Humph. The power of the great Tao, do you think only you have it? With a cold snort, Ling Bingshuang's ice-blue eyes suddenly shot out a sharp cold light. At the same time, Ling Bingshuang raised her jade-like hand and quickly formed a seal. As she raised her beautiful eyes, a bright ice-blue light shone in Ling Bingshuang's eyes like starlight. Frost Great Tao. Cold Ice Mirror. As the delicate voice that was filled with unparalleled chilliness fell, an extremely cold aura condensed rapidly in the void around Xiao Yan. In the blink of an eye, 6 Paths ice mirror condensed around Xiao Yan, surrounding Xiao Yan in the middle. The ice mirror was ice blue in color, and its shape was a huge rhombus. It looked like a slanted mirror. The smooth surface of the mirror reflected Xiao Yan's figure at the moment. At the same time, an extremely cold aura spread out from the 6 Paths ice mirror, completely sealing the space within the 6 Paths ice mirror. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's expression became even more dignified. With a thought, the power of the great Tao condensed rapidly in the space in front of him. The 4th of the 6 Paths tent condensed rapidly in front of Xiao Yan. However, the difference from before was that Xiao Yan's body was still within the sealed area of the 6 ice mirrors after he stepped out of the tent despite being sealed by the 6 ice mirrors. What? Seeing the ice mirror that appeared in front of him at this moment, Xiao Yan's expression froze, and he could not help but exclaim. However, at the same time, Ling Bingshuang's beautiful figure appeared behind Xiao Yan in an instant. Chapter 497. Fire Tender Fruit? You have such a thing? Within the cave, Ling Bingshuang's hand once again grabbed Xiao Yan's neck after hearing the words from Xiao Yan's mouth. She forcefully lifted the latter's body from the ground. It was a long while later before she narrowed her eyes and spoke in an icy tone. Earlier, it was because Xiao Yan had spat out the name of this medicinal ingredient at the crucial moment that Ling Bingshuang's fatal palm strike did not land. This fire-tender fruit was also one of the key medicinal ingredients needed to refine the Bodhisattva returning pill. At the same time, it was also the main medicinal ingredient used to heal the injuries in Ling Bingshuang's body. Seeing that Xiao Yan did not react and his face swiftly turned red at this moment, Ling Bingshuang involuntarily snorted coldly. A killing intent flashed across her icy blue eyes. It was a long while later before she spoke in a cold voice. This king will let you off once. If you dare to do anything again, this king will immediately kill you. The dense cold tone caused the temperature in the air to become even colder. This kind of terrifyingly low temperature had already reached the point where an ordinary person would not be able to breathe. After Ling Bingshuang slowly withdrew her white hand that was grabbing Xiao Yan, the 6 ice mirrors immediately gathered toward Xiao Yan. They were like 6 ice walls that surrounded Xiao Yan in the middle. Xiao Yan, who had landed, could not help but pant intensely for a moment as he sensed the extremely cold temperature around him, which caused his pores to stand on end. It was a long while later before he gradually recovered. Faced with the pressure of an origin transformation expert, forget about Xiao Yan, it was likely that even a Dou Di would find it difficult to endure. It was naturally not surprising that Xiao Yan would reveal such a miserable appearance at this moment. However, Lengbing Shuang's pretty face still carried an icy cold expression in response to this. After witnessing Xiao Yan's frightening agility, she would no longer treat this 6-star half-martial emperor in front of her as an ordinary half-martial emperor. At the same time, when Lengbing Shuang looked at Xiao Yan, the coldness in her eyes became even more intense. Unfortunately, compared to other quasi-emperors, Xiao Yan was truly too special, and it was to the point it was easy for others to doubt his true cultivation. After all, in the entire continent, who had ever seen a 5-star half-martial emperor suppressing a 9-star half-martial emperor? The more mysterious Xiao Yan was, the more doubts Lengbing Shuang had toward Xiao Yan became. Tell me, why do you know all this? What is your relationship with them? Lengbing Shuang's dense, cold gaze was like a sharp sword as it shot toward Xiao Yan. Immediately, it caused the hairs all over the latter's body to stand. At the same time that his heart felt incomparably solemn, he also felt a deep doubt toward them that Lengbing Shuang had mentioned. Just who were they to be able to make Lengbing Shuang, an origin transformation expert, care so much about them? However, Xiao Yan did not have the mind to think too much about this. This was because, in the short period of time Xiao Yan was pondering, the expression on Lengbing Shuang's face became even colder. Her extremely cold gaze stared at Xiao Yan as if she wanted to devour him, causing him to return to his senses in an instant. The reason why Junior mentioned the Huaji is because I can see that Senior has an injury in your body. Moreover, this injury has been caused by the accumulation of cold qi over the years. Ordinary methods will probably be extremely difficult to remove. Apart from the Huaji, Junior truly cannot think of anything else that can heal this injury. Xiao Yan's expression was solemn. His eyes focused on Lengbing Shuang's beautiful face in front of him as he slowly spoke. In other words, you don't have the Huaji on you? Lengbing Shuang slowly raised her jade-like hand and the 6 Dao ice mirrors became encircled by a circle of icy blue light. At the same time, the pressure that enveloped Xiao Yan gradually became more and more terrifying. Although Junior does not have the Huaji, I know of a kind of pill that can heal Senior's injuries. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. However, the expression on his face had become calm. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Lengbing Shuang could not help but frown slightly. The cold expression on her ice-cold face also receded slightly. Lengbing Shuang knew in her heart that Xiao Yan was an alchemist. His understanding of medicinal pills naturally far surpassed hers. Perhaps, the Xiao Yan in front of her would really be able to take out some medicinal pill that could heal the injuries in her body. Seeing the expression on Lengbing Shuang's pretty face turn for the better, Xiao Yan could not help but let out a sigh of relief inside. He then continued. Bodhisattva Returning Pill, a rank 3 medicinal pill. Its medicinal effect is specially used to heal various kinds of injuries caused by cold air. This medicinal pill can be said to be extremely suitable for healing Senior's injuries. Hearing this, joy immediately flashed across Lengbing Shuang's pair of icy blue beautiful eyes when she heard this. She naturally had some understanding of the Bodhisattva returning pill that Xiao Yan had mentioned. Its medicinal effect was also similar to what Xiao Yan had said. It could heal the frostbite in her body. Although the joy in Lengbing Shuang's beautiful eyes disappeared in a flash, it was still caught by Xiao Yan, who was carefully observing the latter at this moment. Immediately, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with joy. It seemed that the pill formula that Elder Gu had given was really useful to Lengbing Shuang. Otherwise, she would not reveal such an expression. However, just as Xiao Yan was feeling happy in his heart, Lengbing Shuang's following words were like a thunderclap that exploded in Xiao Yan's ears. You have this medicinal pill on you? The words from Lengbing Shuang's mouth were softly transmitted over. Xiao Yan's body was also suddenly stunned at this moment. The expression on his face became slightly sluggish and his mouth was immediately speechless. Bodhisattva Returning Pill. That was a rank 3 medicinal pill. Currently, the highest-ranked medicinal pill that Xiao Yan had come into contact with was only rank 2. How could he possibly have a rank 3 medicinal pill like the Bodhisattva returning pill on him? Seeing the change in expression on Xiao Yan's face, Leng Bingshuang's beautiful eyes immediately narrowed into a thin line. A dense killing intent also swiftly surfaced in her eyes that emitted a faint cold glint. You are really courting death by repeatedly making fun of this king. A lovely cry that was filled with ice-cold killing intent was emitted. Leng Bingshuang immediately raised her jade-like hand and a palm violently smashed down towards Xiao Yan's face. Seeing that the woman in front of him actually used a killing move as soon as she made her move, an incomparably solemn expression instantly surged onto Xiao Yan's face. Helplessly, he could only hurriedly exclaim when Leng Bingshuang's palm was about to arrive. Although I don't have the Bodhisattva returning pill, I have the pill formula. I can help you refine it. Just as Leng Bingshuang's palm was about to arrive in front of Xiao Yan and was less than an inch away from Xiao Yan's face, Xiao Yan immediately blurted out the words from his mouth. Leng Bingshuang's palm also abruptly stopped in front of Xiao Yan. An extremely cold wind ruthlessly blew past Xiao Yan's face. As soon as they met, Xiao Yan felt his entire face instantly become numb. Both of his eyes could not help but quickly close at this moment. You have the pill formula for the Bodhisattva returning pill? Leng Bingshuang's beautiful ice-blue eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. Her cold voice was filled with indifference. At the same time, there was also a trace of suspicion. The Bodhisattva returning pill was a rank 3 medicinal pill. Even the Alchemist Association might not be able to take out a roll of it. However, this black-robed young man in front of her actually said that he had the pill formula of a rank 3 medicinal pill. This was really hard to believe. Huff, Xiao Yan exhaled a long breath. At the same time that Leng Bingshuang withdrew her palm, a wave of cold sweat could not help but swiftly surge out from his forehead. After which, it dripped down, turning into an ice bead in the air and falling to the ground. Raising his gaze, Xiao Yan faced Leng Bingshuang in front of him and nodded. Immediately, he raised his right hand, extended his index finger and tapped on his temple. His tone was solemn as he said, "Yes, it's right here. But so what if you have the pill formula? According to what I know, you are merely a rank 2 alchemist. How can you refine it with just you?" Leng Bingshuang's face hardened as she coldly said. "You can't do it now, but it doesn't mean that you can't do it in the future. But why should this king believe you? Because I also need the same thing Senior has here." Just as Leng Bingshuang's voice faded, Xiao Yan immediately opened his mouth and said. Hearing this, the expression on Leng Bingshuang's face could not help but pause slightly. After a few breaths, she slowly opened her mouth with a grave expression and said, "What do you want?" Icy Spirit Cold Liquid. Chapter 498. Ha ha ha, young miss, the crowd is so crowded right now. I'm afraid that you can't take it. It would be a pity if such a beautiful young miss were to be hurt by some blind person. How about I ask young miss to give me some face? This young master is willing to bring young miss to the Misty Cloud house over there. The space inside is big and the place is open. We can even sit down and have a good chat. What do you think? In the sky above the crowded crowd, a feminine man with a somewhat pale face was currently holding a fan in his hand. He had a smile on his face as he looked at Wuxia Xianxia who was being pressured in the crowd. At the same time, one of his hands extended downwards as if he was waiting for the young girl's response. No need. Someone will come and find me. Wuxia Xianxia's first impression of the feminine man in front of her was extremely bad. This kind of person was obviously a hedonistic young master from a small family. Other than not doing proper business all day long, he had done everything else. In Wuxia Xianxia's eyes, 4 words were enough to describe this kind of person. Disdain. Of course, while the young girl was thinking that the other party was a hedonistic young master, she had forgotten that she was also a little princess in her family that no one dared to offend. Heh heh, to be able to abandon such a pretty beauty by himself, I don't think that person is anything good. Hearing that, the feminine man laughed in ridicule. He waved the fan in his hand and said with a disdainful smile. You don't have the qualifications to talk about him. Compared to him, you are nothing. Hearing the feminine man insulting Xiao Yan, a trace of anger immediately appeared on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face as she immediately shouted in a stern voice. Seeing that, the feminine man's pitch-black eyes couldn't help but flash. A trace of anger quickly flashed across his face. Soon after, he recovered the smile on his face and lightly laughed. Under his skin, he endured the anger that almost wanted to devour people and said with a smile, "Haha, I'm too rude. Hee, this one is being rude. After all, young miss and I are still strangers. This one naturally has no reason to judge that person. However, this one would still like to invite young miss to accompany him. Oh right, this one is also very familiar with Sulan City. If young miss wants to go to a jewelry store or something else, this one is willing to accompany you." Scram. This time, Wuxia Xianxia's words were even more direct. When she spoke, it caused the expression on the feminine man's face to slightly freeze. Even the surrounding passers-by who had moved aside could not help but cast sympathetic gazes towards Wuxia Xianxia. This young master Zhao was the young master of the #1 family in Sushi Wave City. Although his strength was nothing special, he relied on his family's influence and was accustomed to being arrogant and despotic in Sushi Wave City. When had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner? Moreover, it was a young girl with the strength of a mere 4-star half-martial emperor. Little girl. It's your fortune that this young master has taken a liking to you. How dare you speak to this young master like this? Today, this young master must invite you back. The young girl's furious curses instantly caused Zhao Qi to be unable to continue his disguise. Immediately, he fiercely cursed at Wuxia Xianxia. Soon after, he waved his hand and the oppressive might of a 5-star half-martial emperor swept forth and descended upon Wuxia Xianxia. At this moment, not only Wuxia Xianxia, even the surrounding passers-by's expressions changed when they felt the terrifying oppressive might. Although Zhao Qi's character was not much, his strength was real. It must be said that the Zhao family was able to dominate Sushi Wave City for so many years because they had some foundation. After all, merely by relying on the strength of the younger generation of the Zhao family, they were already able to establish a solid foundation for the Zhao family in the future. Before Zhao Qi's oppressive might, Wuxia Xianxia, who only possessed the strength of a 4-star half-martial emperor, instantly turned pale. No matter what, no matter how sharp her tongue was, before absolute strength, it was still completely useless. Humph. Little girl, in this Sushi Wave City, there is no woman who can refuse this young master. You are the first and also the last. Zhao Qi grabbed Wuxia Xianxia's pretty chin and said with a gloomy and fierce expression. Soon after, Zhao Qi withdrew his hand. At the same time, as if he had suddenly thought of something, he continued. Oh. That's right, there's also that person you said you were waiting for. Don't worry. As long as he dares to appear, this young master guarantees that I will properly entertain him. Zhao Qi laughed sinisterly. Especially at the end of his words, the tone of his voice was especially heavy. However, after his words left his mouth, what he received in return was a cold laugh from Wuxia Xianxia. What are you laughing at? Zhao Qi frowned as anger rose in his heart. Listen carefully. The pain you brought to this young lady earlier, in a moment, this young lady will return it 10-fold, 100-fold. Hearing those words, Zhao Qi's expression changed slightly. However, before he could say anything, Wuxia Xianxia immediately sneered. Furthermore, didn't you want to entertain him? Right now, he's right behind you. This young lady wants to see how you're going to entertain him. Hearing the words from the young lady's mouth, the expression on Zhao Qi's feminine face instantly changed slightly. His figure suddenly turned on the spot. In the next moment, Zhao Qi's expression was suddenly startled. He saw a black-robed man standing behind him with his hands behind his back. The black-robed man remained unmoved when the two met face to face. However, Zhao Qi's expression suddenly changed. He could not help but cry out in alarm as he took a dozen steps back. Xiao Yan's appearance not only caused Zhao Qi to be shocked, but also caused him to feel fear. Even with his strength, he was unable to sense when Xiao Yan had appeared behind him. At this moment, Zhao Qi's already pale face became even paler. However, his heart was filled with endless anger and killing intent. He, Zhao Qi, had run amok in Sulan City. What kind of people had he not seen before? When had he ever been afraid of anyone? The appearance of the black-robed man in front of him today undoubtedly angered Zhao Qi even more. "Brat, die!" Zhao Qi coldly snorted. The dou qi in his body crazily surged out. As his body moved, the dark green dou qi swiftly agglomerated between his hands. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Qi had already appeared beside Xiao Yan. His large hand clenched into a fist. The terrifying dou qi carried Zhao Qi's surging killing intent as it violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's head. However, Xiao Yan did not seem to notice this at all. He casually pulled Wuxia Xianxia from the ground below into the air. Immediately, he unhurriedly took half a step back. It was this seemingly slow action that allowed Xiao Yan to easily dodge Zhao Qi's punch. The fist wrapped in dou qi violently brushed past Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan's expression was calm, but at this moment, Zhao Qi's heart was filled with shock. He clearly saw that he could finish off this black-robed young man with a punch. Who would have thought that such a thing would actually happen? This was simply unbelievable. Damn it! Lucky brat, die! Zhao Qi angrily cursed. He completely blamed Xiao Yan's dodge on luck. Immediately after, Zhao Qi once again waved his fist and violently smashed it toward Xiao Yan's face. Let's see how you dodge this time. The ferocious fist had already locked onto Xiao Yan's head. It was impossible for Xiao Yan to dodge this attack. An extremely cruel and callous smile appeared on Zhao Qi's face. Bang! However, in the next moment, the expression in Zhao Qi's eyes suddenly froze. He saw that the fist that he had violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's face was actually easily blocked by Xiao Yan's single hand. At this moment, everyone present instantly froze. Chapter 499. Within the cave, Wuxia Xianxia was at a loss of what to do after hearing Leng Bingshuang's words that were filled with sternness. The expression on her delicate and pretty face also became somewhat sluggish. Speak. What exactly is going on? Leng Bingshuang's gaze was stern as she stared at Wuxia Xianxia. Her tone was filled with anger. Being stared at by Leng Bingshuang like this, even Wuxia Xianxia could not help but feel some fear in her heart. Of course, it was more because she knew that she had stirred up trouble. Her pretty face revealed a timid expression as she bit her red lips. Her hands, which were hugging Xiao Yan's arm, unconsciously tightened. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted as her exquisite eyes slightly rotated. At this moment, the young girl looked quite lovely and moving. After a long while, Wuxia Xianxia finally lifted her beautiful eyes and looked at Leng Bingshuang. She muttered in a low voice, "They forced me to cultivate every day. I felt annoyed, so I thought of coming to elder sister Bingshuang's place. Then you shouldn't have not told your father about this before you left. Do you know that during these few months when you left home, your father and brother had turned the entire clan upside down?" Leng Bingshuang's angry rebuke caused Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face to turn deathly pale. Other than her own brother and father, Leng Bingshuang was the third person who dared to reprimand her like this. Even so, Wuxia Xianxia still restrained all of her temper in front of her. Now that she was once again reprimanded by Leng Bingshuang, a feeling of grievance involuntarily surged up in the young girl's heart. In the blink of an eye, moisture had already appeared in the young girl's eyes. Her pair of bright eyes had also turned red. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan could not help but lightly raise his eyebrows. Although he had the confidence to say a few words, this was after all someone else's family matter. As an outsider, it was somewhat inappropriate for him to butt in. Helplessly shaking his head, Xiao Yan could understand the meaning behind Leng Bingshuang's words. Back then, when he left the clan and ventured into the continent alone, his father, Xiao Zhan, was also filled with worry for him. Back then, Xiao Yan was young and frivolous, so he naturally couldn't understand his father's special feelings. But now, Xiao Yan was also a father, so he naturally understood this deeply. Your father has already sent a message. The person who will come to pick you up is waiting for you at Shahipu. Get ready to go back immediately. Seeing the young lady's weak appearance, Leng Bingshuang did not find it strange and snorted softly. She curled her lips and said in a low voice. Hearing this, the young girl's expression changed again. She did not expect that the person who was going to pick her up had already arrived at Shahipu. It seemed that her father and brother were really anxious. When she thought of her father's rage, the girl couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. She wasn't afraid of anything in the family, but she was only afraid of her father and brother. Now that they had sent people here to look for her, it wasn't hard to imagine what kind of emotions they were feeling. When she thought of her father's and brother's furious expressions, Wuxia Xianxia's heart couldn't help but shiver. Her thoughts turned rapidly in her mind, and a light flashed. Wuxia Xianxia once again lifted her gaze and looked at Leng Bingshuang. She pretended to be helpless and said, Sister Bingshuang, I can go back, but you also know that Shahipu is at the border between Shilin region and Western Wilderness region. There are many strong practitioners there, and the journey from here to Shahipu is not short. Don't think of delaying the time. I know you want to stay with this brat. Before Wuxia Xianxia could finish her words, Leng Bingshuang interrupted her. Then, she turned her gaze and her long and beautiful eyes fell on Xiao Yan. Her ice-blue eyes stared at Xiao Yan, and a cold light faintly appeared in the depths of her eyes. I will hand this girl over to you now. If you can send her to Shahipu unscathed, then you can take as much of the icy spirit cold liquid as you want. On the other hand, if she is injured, Senior, you don't have to say any more. I understand. However, I still hope that I can use my own abilities to exchange for the icy spirit glacier fluid and not use my friendship with Lady Wuxia. I'm very grateful for your trust in me. However, Lady Wuxia is my friend and I will protect her. Even if you don't ask me to do so, I will do my best to do so. Before Leng Bingshuang finished speaking, Xiao Yan immediately frowned and said. When Xiao Yan said this, Wuxia Xianxia, who was at the side, couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile on her face. Seeing the certain expression on Xiao Yan's face, Leng Bingshuang's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Her eyes, which contained a slight glow, looked deeply at Xiao Yan. Immediately, she did not say anything more. She nodded her head and said once again, all right, since that's the case, you can rest for another day. Tomorrow morning, I will send you to the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range. As long as you pass through the outskirts of the mountain range, you will be able to reach the other end of the Shilin mountain range. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head with a calm face. On the other hand, Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face was filled with depression. She did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually agree to Leng Bingshuang to send her back. After giving a few instructions, Leng Bingshuang stood up and left the cave, leaving behind Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia. After that, Wuxia Xianxia muttered a few words to Xiao Yan in her heart. Soon after, she walked out of the cave with a displeased face. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Yan was left in the cave. But with regards to this, Xiao Yan immediately felt relaxed. Wuxia Xianxia's departure made him feel less pressured. At the same time, a fiery feeling gradually surged in Xiao Yan's heart towards the following journey. The Western Wastelands region. That was the place where the true experts of the Western region gathered. Only there could Xiao Yan's strength truly increase. The next day. In the biting cold wind, Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia, under the protection of Lengbing Shuang, easily arrived at the edge of the Shilin mountain range. When they arrived here, the three of them slowly stopped in the air. "All right, I will escort you here. Next, as long as you head west, you will be able to safely pass through the Shilin mountain range. I will have to trouble you for the matters after that." It was unknown whether it was because of the transaction between the two of them or because of the words Xiao Yan had said yesterday, but at this moment, when Lengbing Shuang spoke to Xiao Yan, her originally icy cold tone had actually become a little warmer. Even the expression on her stern face had become much warmer than before. After speaking, Lengbing Shuang gently waved her lily-white hand. Two rays of light immediately shot towards Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia. Casually catching the ray of light, what appeared in Xiao Yan's palm was a jade tablet. It was Qi Hanyu. "This is for you. The next time you come here, there will be no need to go through so much trouble." Holding Qi Hanyu in his hand, Xiao Yan's face gradually revealed a solemn expression. Soon after, he did not say anything else. Cupping his hands together, he heavily cupped them towards Lengbing Shuang. Lengbing Shuang's action had undoubtedly already acknowledged him. At the very least, the suspicion in her heart towards Xiao Yan had already completely vanished. After Lengbing Shuang turned around and left, Xiao Yan finally slowly withdrew his gaze. By the side, Wuxia Xianxia's long shapely eyebrows were also slightly knitted. No one knew what she was thinking in her heart. Huff. Letting out a long breath, Xiao Yan raised his head to look at the vast expanse of white clouds above his head. A glint involuntarily flashed across the depths of his pitch-black eyes. Soon after, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Under Wuxia Xianxia's astonished gaze, Xiao Yan actually bent his legs and sat in the air. Chapter 500. Xiao Yan's figure was seated cross-legged in the empty space. Both of his eyes were tightly shut. The vast and mighty spiritual strength between his brows swiftly spread toward the entire sky at this moment. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and a brilliant, heavenly flame emitted a puff sound as it rose from the empty space in front of him. The frighteningly high temperature swiftly forced back the cold air around Xiao Yan. Soon after, the cold air that was forced back swiftly gathered. However, it was different from before. This time, Xiao Yan's face did not reveal the slightest bit of seriousness in the face of the surrounding cold air. Instead, he sneered in his heart. If it was in the past, this cold wind would really be a big trouble for Xiao Yan. However, at this moment, this cold wind was a treasure that he could use to earn money for Xiao Yan. The icy spirit cold liquid contained within this cold wind may not catch Xiao Yan's eye, but no matter how one put it, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Even though it had been diluted by an unknown number of times, this was indeed the icy spirit cold liquid. As long as Xiao Yan was able to take it out, there would definitely be someone who would be willing to pay the price to obtain it. At this moment, what Xiao Yan needed to do was to do his best to refine all the icy spirit cold liquid that was contained in this world. Huff huff huff. The whooshing sound of breaking wind resounded continuously in the world. In front of Xiao Yan, the heavenly flame immediately condensed into a huge flame whirlpool. As the heavenly flame spun rapidly, a terrifying suction force spread out from the flame whirlpool. In the world, gusts of cold wind were rapidly gathered by this suction force. After being refined by the heavenly flame whirlpool, they turned into droplets of mottled energy and floated in the void in front of Xiao Yan. On the other hand, when Wuxia Xianxia saw Xiao Yan's current state, her heart was filled with curiosity. However, in the end, she still curled her lips and looked around in the void with a bored expression. This condition of Xiao Yan's continued for a total of 10 days. A wild wind blew in the sky above the hinterland of Shilin until Xiao Yan stopped. When Xiao Yan opened his eyes again, a palm-sized water ball had condensed in the void in front of him. The water ball was wrapped in strange fire as it quietly floated in front of Xiao Yan. Seeing this water ball, Xiaoyan's face immediately revealed a smile. The icy spirit frozen liquid wasn't pure, but it would still cause quite a stir if it was brought to the market. The icy spirit frost liquid was a frightening existence that could contend with a heavenly flame. Its value was naturally incomparable. Regardless of how poor the quality of the icy spirit frost liquid in Xiaoyan's hand was, as long as Xiaoyan was able to take it out, there would be a countless number of people swarming over. Not for other reasons, but because the reputation of the icy spirit frost liquid was enough to shock the entire continent. This is icy spirit frost liquid? Isn't the quality a little too poor? Walking forward, Wuxia Xianxia stared at the water ball in front of Xiaoyan with a trace of suspicion on her face. This icy spirit frost liquid is only diluted in this world. I don't care about the quality, but I care about the quantity. Only a icy spirit frost liquid of this quality can be taken out. If it was the purest icy spirit frost liquid, would you dare to auction it out? Xiaoyan faintly smiled and said. Why wouldn't I dare? It's just a ball of water. If I sell it, I'll sell it. Hearing this, the corner of Wuxia Xianxia's mouth immediately rose. She lightly curled her lips and said without the slightest bit of weakness. If you really dare to take it out, I'm afraid that countless experts will come knocking on your door before you even start auctioning it. At that time, even origin transformation experts will be as numerous as ants. How do you think you can take it out? Hiss, the moment Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, Wuxia Xianxia could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The expression on her face was clearly overwhelmed with shock. If that was really the case, the value of this icy spirit frost liquid could be said to be terrifying. When that time came, he might even be able to meet source zone level powerhouses. To be able to attract countless experts to go crazy over it, and even origin zone experts would descend. One could imagine the value of this icy spirit frost liquid. Since this thing is so dangerous, you still dare to bring it along. If it is discovered by others, won't you be in danger? Other than feeling shocked in her heart, Wuxia Xianxia could not help but feel a wave of worry for Xiaoyan. That's why I refined this icy spirit frost liquid, which is not pure in energy. Although this thing is also quite valuable, it will only attract some half-emperors or Do-D experts. As for experts at a higher level, they will directly choose to ignore it. This point was just like cold frost. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth carried a smile. His eyes narrowed as he secretly thought in his heart. Alright, let's go. Since we have already finished gathering the things, there is no point in continuing to stay here. Let's hurry. Xiaoyan casually kept the palm-sized icy spirit frost liquid in front of him and casually smiled. His body flashed as he led the way in front. With the map that Luo Jin had given him back then, all the large cities within the Shilin region and close to the western desolated region would have special markings on the map. Therefore, Xiaoyan was not worried about the location of the so-called Sand River. Seeing Xiaoyan's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Wuxia Xianxia frowned and curled her lips. Her beautiful eyes turned around to look at the still misty clouds behind her as an indescribable feeling rose in her heart. Soon after, her body moved and she hurriedly followed Xiaoyan. After the two figures completely disappeared from this world, the ethereal empty space at the spot where Xiaoyan and Wuxia Xianxia had been standing earlier suddenly distorted. Immediately, a pretty and beautiful human figure appeared in the empty space. It was Leng Bingshuang. Seeing that Xiaoyan and Wuxia Xianxia had left, Leng Bingshuang's beautiful eyes turned slightly. Light flickered in her ice-blue eyes. After pondering for a while, she slightly nodded her head. Her pretty figure once again distorted and disappeared from this world. In the distance, Xiaoyan, who was flying forward, saw a row of snow-capped peaks appear in his line of sight. Soon after, he turned his gaze and stared at the depths of the clouds. Behind him, Wuxia Xianxia quickly followed. Seeing that Xiaoyan had turned around, her gloomy face could not help but reveal a smile. She giggled and said, "Why? Are you afraid that I will lose you? Then run slower. Your speed is so fast, how can I keep up? If you lose me at that time, Sister Bingshuang will find you to settle the score." Seeing this, Xiao Yan smiled. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the ladder. He smiled and said, "All right, I have to hand it to you. With your speed, I don't know when we will reach the Sand River." Hearing this, the young girl immediately let out a crisp laughter that was like a silver bell. In this regard, Xiao Yan could only helplessly shake his head. His figure turned and continued to fly out of the Shilin mountain range. Chapter 501. The vastness of the Shilin mountain range did indeed live up to its reputation. Even with Xiao Yan's current strength, it still took him over a month's time to completely leave the Shilin mountain range with Wuxia Xianxia. This was also under the condition that there were no external disturbances. After leaving the Shilin mountain range, Xiao Yan brought Wuxia Xianxia along without stopping and rushed towards the direction of Shihipu. Along the way, perhaps it was due to the boredom of rushing, or perhaps it was because Wuxia Xianxia did not wish to return to the clan, she would always use various reasons to slow down Xiao Yan's speed. Wuxia Xianxia's actions caused the two of them to still wander near the Shilin mountain range even though it had already been a week since they left the Shilin mountain range. Only on the 10th day did they finally arrive at a human-populated city. On the distant ground, a row of ancient city walls towered over the earth like a mountain range. The walls that were covered with scars recorded the vicissitudes of time. Even though its past glory was no longer present, anyone who saw this ancient city for the first time would feel a shock in their hearts. The vicissitudes of the ancient aura was like a huge dragon past its prime occupying the sky above the city, causing the magical beasts in the forest outside to be intimidated. The thick and heavy pitch-black city walls gave people a kind of spiritual shock. It was as if this city was not built by human hands, but had fallen from the sky and had been standing here since ancient times. Looking at this ancient city before him, Xiao Yan's face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. A city must be able to suppress an area in order to protect the country and home. At this moment, the city before Xiao Yan's eyes not only had a majestic aura, its foundation was also incomparably stable. Just by looking at the layer of bloody aura that covered the city walls, one could tell that this city had also experienced war in the past. To be able to survive so completely from the war, this was enough to show how extraordinary this city was. Let's go. Let's enter the city and rest for a day before continuing our journey. Walking out from the shade of the tree behind him, Xiao Yan's back faced Wuxia Xianxia as he said with a smile. Looking at the city before him, Xiao Yan, who had not seen a human for almost 2 years, felt a strange feeling in his heart, like a savage entering a city. Even when he looked at the surrounding pedestrians, he felt as if those people had been using strange gazes to stare at him. This involuntarily caused Xiao Yan's old face to redden. His gaze involuntarily swept over his body. After discovering that there was nothing strange, he finally bravely took a step forward and slowly walked towards the city. Hurry up. Aren't you usually quite fast when you do things? Why are you so slow now? Once the young lady's voice sounded, she hurriedly walked and ran as she swiftly rushed toward the city in front of her. However, she did not notice that the moment the words left her mouth, everyone around her threw strange gazes at Xiao Yan that appeared to be a smile that was not a smile. Noticing the strange gazes that the people around him shot over, Xiao Yan also felt a chill on his back. He immediately thought about the words that Wuxia Xianxia had said earlier in his heart. The muscles on the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. Soon after, Xiao Yan curled his lips. He did not bother to pay attention to those people's gazes. His footsteps slightly changed. Immediately, he turned into a gust of wind. In a blink of an eye, he passed by everyone and rapidly chased after Wuxia Xianxia. Seeing that the black-robed young man was actually able to erupt with such a frightening speed, the expressions of the surrounding people immediately changed drastically. Waves of cold sweat swiftly rolled down from their foreheads. As their throats rolled, they involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After which, they bitterly smiled and hurriedly left on their own. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia had also arrived before the city gate. The crowded flow of people indicated that this city was bustling and lively. At this moment, through the perception of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, he discovered that there were close to 28-star half-martial emperors in this city. There were even close to 10 9-star half-martial emperors. Sensing those auras, Xiao Yan could not help but feel astonished in his heart. It must be said that compared to Emerald Green City, this place was much more bustling. At the very least, in terms of the number of experts, it was not something that Emerald Green City could easily compare with. Standing before the city gate, the people coming and going all looked at Xiao Yan with strange gazes. As for Wuxia Xianxia, she had already entered the city. With Xiao Yan's spiritual strength following her, that girl would not be lost. Slowly raising his head, Xiao Yan looked to the top of the city gate. At that place, the name of this city was engraved with vigorous strokes. The hot sunlight that shot from behind him was like a cluster of flames as it shone on the dark black wall. The glaring light that was reflected caused Xiao Yan to be unable to bear to squint his eyes for a moment. It was a long while later before he was finally able to see the 3 words clearly. Susan City. Susan City. Xiao Yan muttered the name of this city in a low voice. Soon after, he lowered his head. His gaze casually swept across the surrounding crowd. His feet moved, and he slowly walked into the city. After entering the city, the crowded roads did not become spacious because of the sudden evacuation of the crowd. Instead, as more and more people gathered in the city, the already noisy city became even more bustling and congested. When Xiao Yan looked over, all he could see were pitch-black human heads. It was simply impossible for his line of sight to extend further. When Xiao Yan raised his head to look at the sky above him, he just so happened to see an old man with the strength of a 6-star half-martial emperor. After entering the city, the old man tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body lightly floated into the sky. As for the others, even though there were many 5-star half-martial emperors present, not a single one of them dared to step into the sky. There was no other reason than the first rule of this city. Those whose strength had not reached 6-star half-martial emperor or above were not allowed to step into the sky. Even though this rule would cause many people to be dissatisfied, this rule had already existed in Susan City. Since ancient times, no one had dared to violate it. Sensing this, Xiao Yan could not help but smile. Fortunately, he had already broken through to 6-star half-martial emperor when he was in the Shilin mountain range. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to bow his head in this crowded crowd. After lightly laughing in his heart, Xiao Yan tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. After that, Xiao Yan, who was squeezed into the crowd, also flew into the sky. This guy is clearly a 6-star half-martial emperor. Why was he still squeezing in here earlier? He's asking for it. When they saw Xiao Yan stepping into the sky, a wave of sneers immediately sounded from the surrounding crowd. However, immediately after, the gazes with which the crowd looked at Xiao Yan changed. When everyone saw Xiao Yan's handsome face, their faces were swiftly replaced with an expression of disbelief. It was unexpected that this black-robed man in front of them was not only a 6-star bandit, but from the looks of his face, he was actually so young. This guy, who is he? How could there be such a young 6-star half-martial emperor? He's a monster. Terrifying, terrifying. There were even people cursing him earlier. When they saw that Xiao Yan was actually so young, a wave of sneers immediately sounded from the crowd. As for Xiao Yan, he completely ignored them. The tip of his foot tapped the air, and his body rapidly flew toward a towering stone pillar. However, right at the next moment, right after Xiao Yan's body landed on top of that stone pillar, his expression changed. Immediately, a chilling ray of light shot out from his pitch-black eyes. Xiao Yan's spiritual perception told him that something had happened to Wuxia Xianxia. Chapter 502. Ha ha ha, young miss, the crowd is so crowded right now. I'm afraid that you can't take it. It would be a pity if such a beautiful young miss were to be hurt by some blind person. How about this young miss give me some face? This young master is willing to bring young miss to the misty cloud house over there. The space inside is large and the place is open. We can even sit down and have a good chat. What do you think? In the sky above the crowded crowd, a feminine man with a somewhat pale face was currently holding a fan in his hand. He had a face full of smiles as he looked at Wuxia Xianxia, who was being pressured in the crowd. At the same time, one of his hands extended downwards as if he was waiting for the young girl's response. No need. Someone will come and find me. Wuxia Xianxia's first impression of the feminine man in front of her was extremely bad. This kind of person was obviously a hedonistic young master from a small family. Other than not doing proper business all day long, he had done everything else. In Wuxia Xianxia's eyes, this kind of person could be described with 4 words. Disdain. Of course, while the young girl was thinking that the other party was a hedonistic young master, she had forgotten that she was also a little princess in her family that no one dared to offend. Heh, to be able to abandon such a pretty beauty and go alone, I don't think that person is anything good. Hearing that, the feminine man laughed in ridicule. He waved the fan in his hand and said with a face full of disdain. You don't have the qualifications to talk about him. Compared to him, you are nothing. Hearing the feminine man insulting Xiao Yan, a trace of anger immediately appeared on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face as she immediately shouted in a stern voice. Seeing that, the feminine man's pitch-black eyes couldn't help but flash. A trace of anger quickly flashed across his face. Soon after, he recovered the smile on his face and lightly laughed. Under his skin, he endured the anger that almost wanted to devour people and said with a smile, "Haha, I'm too rude. Hee, this one is being rude. After all, young miss and I are still strangers. This one naturally has no reason to judge that person. However, this one would still like to invite young miss to accompany him. Oh right, this one is also very familiar with Sulan City. If young miss wants to go to a jewelry store or something else, this one is willing to accompany you." Scram. This time, Wuxia Xianxia's words were even more direct. When she spoke, it caused the expression on the feminine man's face to slightly freeze. Even the surrounding passers-by who had moved aside could not help but cast sympathetic gazes towards Wuxia Xianxia. This young master Zhao was the young master of the number 1 family in Sushi Wave City. Although his strength was nothing special, he relied on his family's influence and was accustomed to being arrogant and despotic in Sushi Wave City. When had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner? Moreover, it was a young girl with the strength of a mere 4-star half-martial emperor, this young. The young girl's angry curses caused Zhao Qi to be unable to continue acting. Immediately, he fiercely cursed at Wuxia Xianxia. Soon after, he waved his hand. The aura of a 5-star half-martial emperor swept out and landed on Wuxia Xianxia's head. At this moment, not only Wuxia Xianxia, even the surrounding passers-by's expressions changed under the frightening pressure. Although Zhao Qi's character was not much, his strength was real. It must be said that the Zhao family was able to dominate Sulan City for so many years because they had some foundation. After all, merely the strength of the younger generation of the Zhao family was enough to lay a solid foundation for the Zhao family in the future. Before Zhao Qi's oppressive might, Wuxia Xianxia, who only possessed the strength of a 4-star half-martial emperor, instantly turned pale. No matter what, regardless of how sharp her tongue was, it was completely useless before absolute strength. Humph. Little girl, in this Sulan City, there is no woman who can refuse this young master. You are the first, and also the last. Zhao Qi grabbed Wuxia Xianxia's pretty chin and said with a gloomy and fierce expression. Soon after, Zhao Qi withdrew his hand. At the same time, as if he had suddenly thought of something, he continued. Oh. Oh, that's right, there's also that person you said you were waiting for. Huh, don't worry. As long as he dares to appear, this young master guarantees that I will properly entertain him. Zhao Qi laughed sinisterly. Especially at the end of his words, his tone was especially serious. Haha, however, after his words left his mouth, what he received was a cold laugh from Wuxia Xianxia. What are you laughing at? Zhao Qi frowned as anger rose in his heart. Listen carefully. The pain you gave this young lady earlier, in a moment, this young lady will return it tenfold, 100-fold. Hearing those words, Zhao Qi's expression changed slightly. However, before he could say anything, Wuxia Xianxia immediately sneered. Furthermore, didn't you want to entertain him? Right now, he's right behind you. This young lady wants to see how you're going to entertain him. Hearing the words coming from the young lady's mouth, the expression on Zhao Qi's feminine face instantly changed. His figure suddenly turned on the spot. In the next moment, Zhao Qi's expression suddenly changed. He saw a black-robed man standing behind him with his hands behind his back. When the two met, the black-robed man remained unmoved. However, Zhao Qi's expression suddenly changed. He could not help but cry out in alarm as he took a dozen steps back. Xiao Yan's appearance not only caused Zhao Qi to be shocked, but also caused him to feel fear. Even with his strength, he was unable to sense when Xiao Yan had appeared behind him. At this moment, Zhao Qi's already pale face became even paler. However, his heart was filled with endless anger and killing intent. He, Zhao Qi, had run amok in Sulan City. What kind of people had he not seen before? When had he ever been afraid of anyone? The appearance of the black-robed man in front of him today undoubtedly angered Zhao Qi even more. Brat, die! Zhao Qi coldly snorted. The dou qi in his body crazily surged out. As his body moved, dark green dou qi swiftly gathered between his hands. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Qi had already appeared beside Xiao Yan. His large hand clenched into a fist. The frightening dou qi carried Zhao Qi's surging killing intent as it violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan did not seem to notice this at all. He casually pulled Wuxia Xianxia from the ground below into the air. Soon after, he unhurriedly took half a step back. It was this seemingly slow action that allowed Xiao Yan to easily dodge Zhao Qi's punch. The fist wrapped in dou qi violently brushed past Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan's expression was calm while Zhao Qi's heart was filled with shock. He clearly saw that he could finish off this black-robed young man with a punch. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? This was simply unbelievable. Damn it! Lucky brat, die! Zhao Qi angrily cursed. He completely blamed Xiao Yan's dodging on luck. Soon after, Zhao Qi once again waved his fist and violently smashed it toward Xiao Yan's face. Let's see how you dodge this time. The ferocious fist had already locked onto Xiao Yan's head. It was impossible for Xiao Yan to dodge this attack. An extremely cruel and callous smile appeared on Zhao Qi's face. Bang! However, in the next moment, the expression in Zhao Qi's eyes suddenly froze. He saw that the fist that he had violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's face had actually been easily received by Xiao Yan. At this moment, everyone present instantly froze. Chapter 503. Stepping in the air, Xiao Yan pulled Wuxia Xianxia behind him with one hand. At the same time, his other hand appeared to be casually raised. The instant he opened his palm, he easily received Zhao Qi's incoming punch. Xiao Yan did not use any dou qi after receiving the punch. In fact, one could not even see the slightest bit of strained expression on his face. The dou qi that covered Zhao Qi's fist was like a lump of air. At the same time that Xiao Yan received Zhao Qi's fist, the dou qi on it was extinguished with a puff. The appearance of this scene caused the expressions of the crowd below, who were prepared to watch a good show, to immediately become dumbstruck. One by one, they cast gazes of disbelief and fear toward Xiao Yan. It was hard to imagine that a punch from a 5-star half-martial emperor like Zhao Qi would be so easily received by this black-robed man. Such a matter was simply unbelievable to the crowd. Exactly who is this guy? From his aura, I can see that he is only a 6-star half-martial emperor. How could he be so indifferent to a punch from a 5-star half-martial emperor? Could it be that this young man was hiding his true strength? To be able to block Zhao Qi's punch with one hand, it would appear that this black-robed man is no ordinary person. In an instant, all sorts of whispers were unceasingly being heard from the crowd below. Everyone's attention was focused on the black-robed man in the air. At the same time, Zhao Qi's heart was also filled with shock. No matter what, he had never imagined that his punch would be so easily neutralized by the black-robed man before him. This caused Zhao Qi to feel shocked in his heart. At the same time, a wave of fury rose in his heart even more crazily. Bastard! Scram for this young master! Zhao Qi's expression was ferocious. His mouth emitted a furious cry of dissatisfaction. At the same time that the killing intent in his eyes surged, his other hand abruptly clenched into a fist and once again violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's face. Humph! Xiao Yan's eyes immediately narrowed when he saw Zhao Qi once again throw a punch over. A killing intent swiftly flashed across his eyes. At the same time, a cold snort was emitted from his nose. Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding Zhao Qi's right hand, suddenly loosened when Zhao Qi's punch was once again about to arrive. He immediately turned his wrist and his palm circled around the back of Zhao Qi's right hand. With a forceful push, Zhao Qi's right hand blocked the front of Zhao Qi's left hand, which was about to strike, under the push of Xiao Yan's palm. At such a close distance, Zhao Qi did not even have the time to withdraw his hand. Moreover, with Xiao Yan's intentional control, he could not withdraw his right hand. Therefore, he could only watch as his powerful punch violently smashed into his right hand. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard in the void. At the same time, Zhao Qi's face turned pale in an instant, and the muscles on his face twitched violently. When the people below saw this scene, the muscles at the corner of their eyes could not help but twitch. Their faces showed a pained expression as if they were experiencing the same pain. The corners of their mouths twitched as they could not help but suck in cold air. At the same time, their hands under their sleeves could not help but rub against each other. Forcefully enduring the intense pain that was transmitted from his right hand, Zhao Qi's entire body trembled as he violently sucked in air. Immediately after, Zhao Qi's flushed face suddenly revealed a ferocious expression. He lifted his right leg and Dou Qi gathered on it. A heavy whip kick violently bombarded Xiao Yan. Ha! Kid! Today, you must die. With scarlet eyes and a ferocious roar, Zhao Qi's leg flew toward Xiao Yan's head. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Seeing this, Xiao Yan immediately let out a disdainful snort. At the same time, his right leg kicked forward and stomped on the calf of Zhao Qi's right leg that had just been lifted. Crack! Accompanied by an extremely clear cracking sound, Zhao Qi's face that had just turned ferocious instantly changed. At the moment when Xiao Yan's foot landed, he could only feel that his right leg appeared to have been violently smashed by a piece of extremely hard mysterious steel. That kind of frightening enormous strength easily destroyed the Dou Qi that covered his leg. At the same time, it also broke the bones in his calf. At this moment, Zhao Qi could no longer endure the intense pain that came from his body. His flushed face instantly turned pale, and waves of cold sweat quickly gushed out from Zhao Qi's body. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Qi's brocade robe was completely soaked. Seeing Zhao Qi's appearance, Xiao Yan glanced at him coldly. Soon after, the hand that was tightly holding Zhao Qi's right hand suddenly loosened. The latter's body fell to the ground uncontrollably, and knelt on the ground with a weak aura. At this moment, Murong Qianqian's pretty face also revealed a cold smile as she slowly descended. Seeing this, the surrounding people hurriedly retreated far away, giving Wuxia Xianxia and Zhao Qi an empty space of more than 10 feet. Landing in front of Zhao Qi, the cold smile on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face became even more pronounced. She coldly stared at Zhao Qi in front of her and sneered. "This young lady has already said that the pain you gave me, this young lady will return it to you tenfold, 100-fold. How is it? Do you believe me now?" Zhao Qi's face was deathly pale, and his feminine face revealed a deep fear. Since he was young, he had been taken care of. In Sulan City, there had never been anyone who dared to provoke him. But now, the appearance of this young lady and the black-robed youth before him had completely broken this rule. Who exactly were they? Under the pain, although Zhao Qi wanted to struggle and say something, unfortunately, the intense pain that came from his body made it impossible for him to forcefully endure and speak. Seeing this, the corner of Wuxia Xianxia's mouth curled up. Soon after, she slowly raised her head, and coldly stared at Zhao Qi in front of her. The slender hand under her sleeve slowly raised. Under the sunlight, the pure white color of her hand was like a lotus root. "This slap is for you," scolding him. The cold voice slowly escaped from her mouth, and the young lady's raised hand was about to swing down. "Little girl, how dare you? In my Zhao clan's Sulan City, no one is allowed to touch a single hair of my Zhao clan." However, just as Wuxia Xianxia's hand was about to land, an old, deep, and overbearing voice was suddenly transmitted from the sky. At the same time, an extremely frightening aura swept over the area where Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia were located in the blink of an eye. 9-star half-emperor Xiao Yan softly muttered in his mouth. A glint instantly flashed deep within his eyes. With his arms crossed, Xiao Yan's gaze fell and looked towards Wuxia Xianxia. At this moment, because of the appearance of that aura, the expression on the latter's pretty face slightly changed. Her long, shapely eyebrows slightly knitted as she looked towards Xiao Yan, and a trace of worry appeared in her beautiful eyes. At the same time, Zhao Qi, who was kneeling in front of Wuxia Xianxia, suddenly revealed a pleasantly surprised expression on his pale face when he heard the old voice. Immediately, his ferocious and bloodthirsty eyes once again looked at Xiao Yan. His voice was hoarse as he roared, "Xiao Yan! Bastard! You're dead. Today, none of you will be able to escape. This young master will cripple your Do Qi. I will even play with your woman in front of you." Madness appeared in Zhao Qi's eyes, as if he could already see Xiao Yan's ending. Seeing this, Wuxia Xianxia, who was in front of Zhao Qi, could not help but raise her eyebrows. Xiao Yan's eyes revealed a cold glint. "Hit!" Following Xiao Yan's words, the expression on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face instantly turned ice-cold. Since Xiao Yan had already spoken, she believed that Xiao Yan definitely had his own confidence. Thus, under Zhao Qi's terrified gaze, Wuxia Xianxia's raised spotlessly white jade-like hand ferociously slapped Zhao Qi's face with a burst of swift and fierce sound of wind being torn apart. Pa! Chapter 504. Little girl, you dare? At the same time as Wuxia Xianxia's slap landed, that aged and deep tyrannical voice sounded once again. However, at the same time as that voice sounded, Wuxia Xianxia's lily-white hand ruthlessly landed on Zhao Qi's face. "Bastard! You are simply courting death." Seeing that Wuxia Xianxia was actually unmoved, a burst of anger immediately emerged in the heart of the owner of that voice. With a thought, the frightening aura of a half-martial emperor swept forth and ruthlessly pressed down on Wuxia Xianxia, who was on the ground below. Facing this, Wuxia Xianxia completely ignored it. She once again raised her lily-white hand that had just landed. Her ice-cold gaze stared at the alarmed Zhao Qi before her. Soon after, without any explanation, she once again ruthlessly slapped down. At the same time, a boundless oppressive aura appeared above Wuxia Xianxia's head. It ruthlessly pressed down on Wuxia Xianxia, who was on the ground below. Humph! However, in the next moment, a cold snort that sounded like thunder suddenly sounded from heaven and earth. At the same time, a frightening oppressive aura that was not the slightest bit inferior to that of the 9-star half-martial emperor's oppressive aura swept through this region. It easily blocked that 9-star half-martial emperor's oppressive aura. Pa! At the instant that half-martial emperor's oppressive aura was blocked, Wuxia Xianxia's lily-white hand once again brought forth a sharp gale as it ruthlessly slapped onto Zhao Qi's face. Who is it? Sensing that his oppressive aura had been blocked by someone, the owner of that oppressive aura immediately let out a stern shout. At the same time, a ray of light flashed past the distant horizon. In the blink of an eye, an old man wearing a blue gown was standing in this region of heaven and earth. The old man's gaze was like a torch. In an instant, his gaze was focused on Xiao Yan, who was in the sky below. He clearly sensed that the oppressive aura that had blocked his oppressive aura was being emitted from the body of this black-gowned youth. When he saw Xiao Yan's handsome face, the old man's turbid eyes involuntarily shrunk. He was in disbelief. A grand half-martial emperor's oppressive aura, was actually blocked by a brat? Brat! Who are you? The person who stopped you. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Xiao Yan replied in an indifferent tone. At the same time, his figure flickered on the spot. In the next moment, he had already appeared in front of the old man. Xiao Yan's attack had undoubtedly once again shocked this old man. It was hard to imagine that such a young-looking brat would actually possess strength comparable to a 9-star half-martial emperor. Furthermore, just by looking at the speed displayed by the black-robed youth earlier, it was likely that even he would be unable to catch up to him. However, when the old man's gaze swept over Xiao Yan, he couldn't help but frown. Through his inspection, this black-gowned youth before him was clearly only a 6-star half-martial emperor. However, the aura that he had emitted earlier was actually capable of rivaling his own. Exactly what was going on? And at this moment, on the ground below, Wuxia Xianxia once again fiercely slapped Zhao Qi. Pa! A sharp and clear sound resonated through the sky. In the sky, the old man standing opposite of Xiao Yan also couldn't help but have a slight change in expression. If it was a normal situation, perhaps he would still be courteous with the black-gowned youth before him. However, this matter at hand was related to his young master. No matter what, he could not continue to be in a deadlock. Mister, where it is possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. Today, that young lady has already slapped my young master in front of everyone in Sulan City. If anything happened earlier, let's just let it be. Otherwise, if we were to fight, you all will not be able to obtain a good ending. The old man's gaze was fixed on Xiao Yan. The dou qi within his body was quietly circulating as he spoke in a deep voice. If I were to tell her to stop now, would you really let us go? Hearing that, Xiao Yan sneered. With a wave of his hand, the enormous heavy Xian ruler immediately carried an extremely oppressive sound of breaking wind. In a flash, it landed in Xiao Yan's hand. Seeing this, the old man's wrinkled face couldn't help but have a slight change in expression. However, before he could say anything, Xiao Yan immediately said in a cold voice, "Since you want to fight, then there's no need for superfluous words. Just come." Right after he said those words, Xiao Yan's wrist shook. The enormous ruler violently shook. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan used the sky extinction steps and instantly arrived before the old man. He waved the enormous ruler in his hand and smashed it toward the old man. Seeing Xiao Yan's frightening speed, the old man's expression didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. His shriveled hand suddenly rotated and a silver-colored long spear landed in the old man's hand. Holding the silver spear in his hand, the old man's face immediately became a little more vicious. The body of the spear shook and the long spear continuously rotated between the old man's hands. Soon after, when Xiao Yan's heavy ruler attack was about to arrive, the old man thrust the spear forward and ruthlessly struck the broad blade of the enormous ruler. Ding! The enormous ruler and the long spear separated upon contact. Feeling the frightening dou qi that was transmitted from the body of the spear, Xiao Yan's body shook. The dou qi within his body poured out and easily dissolved the dou qi that had invaded his body. He took 2 steps back, raised his gaze, and once again looked at the old man. At this moment, compared to Xiao Yan, in the instant when the old man and Xiao Yan collided, the frightening strength brought about by the heavy Xian ruler and Xiao Yan's frightening dou qi that was not the slightest bit weaker than a 9-star half-martial emperor's, caused the old man to be at a complete disadvantage in their first collision. With merely a single strike, Xiao Yan had forced him back several feet. Although it wasn't a major injury, it was sufficient to cause the old man to become serious about Xiao Yan in his heart. "Brat! Are you really not willing to stop?" Seeing that his attack had no effect, the old man could only threaten Chu Feng once again. "You really have a lot of nonsense to say. Come. Let me see how much power a 9-star half-martial emperor possesses." With a sneer, Xiao Yan waved the enormous ruler in his hand again. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived before the old man. Seeing this, the old man could only helplessly clench his teeth. He waved the long spear in his hand and collided with Xiao Yan's attack once again. Ding ding ding, the sounds of intense collisions continued to resound in this region. However, even though the old man had already used all of his strength, he was still helpless against Xiao Yan. The young man before him, who appeared to only possess the strength of a 6-star half-martial emperor, gave this old man the greatest pressure he had ever felt in his entire life. This kind of pressure was something that he had never felt even when facing experts of the same level as him. Yet now, he was being suppressed by a 6-star half-martial emperor to the point where he was powerless to fight back. "Bastard! Zhao Ling! If you still don't do anything, young master will lose his life." Feeling helpless, the old man could only angrily roar at the city behind him. Immediately after the old man's words left his mouth, a frightening 9-star half-martial emperor's aura that was no weaker than his own instantly swept across the entire sky like a wave. Never would I have imagined that someone would actually dare to provoke my Zhao family. Furthermore, what astonishes me the most is that it's actually a young brat. Zhao Ying, you've truly lost all of your face. Bastard! If you still don't do anything, not to mention this old man's face, even our lives will be in danger. Hearing what was said, the old man called Zhao Ying immediately couldn't help but angrily roar. At the same time, Xiao Yan's gaze also landed on the 9-star half-martial emperor that had appeared beside Zhao Ying. Another 9-star half-martial emperor, huh? Coldly laughing in his heart, Xiao Yan was not worried at all.